Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Hey y'all, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, entertainment, and hot topics, gossip, all that good stuff. So if that's something y'all are entertained and you live for, definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill on this good Monday, child. So if you can, please, before we get started, if you can hit that like button and that subscribe button, also be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you're aware of what time we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And so, yeah, we got a lot of tea to spill. We got to talk about the SAG Awards that happened. Colin Farrell's opening up about the Penguin Season 2. We got to talk about Joy Reid losing her job over at MSNBC. Drake is dropping key allegations in this Not Like Us defamation suit. It's like, God, I wish this damn thing was over. There's Tony Buzbee. There's a word going around, the man who went after Jay-Z. Now they're saying he's barred from even practicing law in New York City. So we're going to get down to the bottom of that. Plus, there's a rumor going around that Jay-Z and Beyoncé are suing Rihanna and A$AP Rocky. So we got to talk about that. Irv Gotti's brother is opening up about his, about Irv Gotti's illness and what may have taken him out from, they say he had complications of diabetes, all this other stuff. Child, Porsha Williams' husband got detained by ICE. So we talk about that. I don't mean to laugh, but let's move on. We got to talk. There's a lot of reality TV news we got to get into. There is somebody over at the Challenge got arrested for drunk driving, so we got to talk about that. Plus, we need to talk about Miss Dr. Heavenly and her wide mouth having behind. I almost cursed. I know they only give you a certain amount of time that you can go in on YouTube before they, give you a little leeway with some of the things you're gonna say. So I had to curve the mouth a little bit with that one. I almost cursed, and we wasn't even in like 5 minutes into the show. But anyway, so we got to talk about Dr. Heavenly and her sticking her foot in her mouth regarding the LGBT, the gays, because apparently she think gay men out here weak. And there's a difference between men and then homosexuals. So we got to talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about this story that had broke this morning about Shangela. A 7th person has come forward in regards of the SA allegations. We're going to break that story down. Shout out to Rolling Stone because they broke it on down. We're going to read that article from cover to cover. So stay tuned for that. Plus, we have to discuss this Rusical episode of RuPaul's Drag Race. So y'all already know we do the recap every Monday. So that's when we come back from the weekend after we seen Drag Race on Friday. And of course, y'all know, for those of you who are Drag Race nistas like me, y'all drop your little comments and stuff on the side. And, I'll go through it and stuff while we do the show. Plus, Kori King was recently on an episode of over at Roscoe's Tavern, which I believe is coming on in like another 30 minutes or 25 minutes, but stick around for this show before y'all go over there and watch that one. Anyway, she confirmed whether or not her and Lydia Butthole Kollins are still an item or was just a showman's over there at the Drag Race. Plus, we got to talk about Peaches Crisis speaking up about this latest regarding Heklina. So we got to get into that. Lady Gaga teased 2 new songs and basically said that ballroom culture inspired mayhem. Okay, Madonna, number 2, and or Madonna Jr. And we got to talk about 2 more people were arrested in this torture and unaliving of this trans man up in upstate New York. These 2 still look just about as inbred as the 5 that they were already arrested last week when we heard about it. Plus, we got to talk about Pedro Pascal, who's standing 10 toes down on, this transphobia and stuff that's been going on around in the country. And he's speaking up for the trans community, continuing to be an ally as always. So we have that and a whole lot more. So as I said before, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. And we'll also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And yeah, I'm sorry this show was later than usual because normally we don't be doing shows this late, but I realized lately it has been, but I know on the West Coast it's still early. But it just so much tea was coming out today. I was like, damn, I'm getting a little overwhelmed. And then I looked, I'm like, shit, it's 4:30. And I still haven't put a show together. So I had to scramble and get a lot of stuff done really quick so that way I can give y'all the entertainment that y'all just be craving every time I sit up on this situation and run my mouth. So let me hit my banner. Let me see who's in the comments. You said Katy Perry apparently. Oh, hey, Robert, how you doing? Katy Perry apparently is seeing her ticket sales. Didn't we say that was going to happen? I mean, we're not out here trying to be shady for the sake of shady sake, but we just knew from the beginning. It was like nobody cared about 143. Katy Perry is basically a hit-making machine, meaning that she only makes music to satisfy a certain situation. She is like, what do you call them? What y'all say? Like she an op for the industry, like she industry puppet, whatever you want to call it. She makes music to just like churn out in like a factory. That's what she does. She's not an actual artist. She's about as deep as a pond. She doesn't really stand on anything. So y'all should not be surprised that, yeah, even girl pushing 40 and still doing California girls type bops. And it's like, ma'am, at some point, you are not your daughter Daisy's age. You need to grow up. You need to evolve as an artist. She tried to do that with Witness. Y'all didn't buy into it because y'all felt like she wasn't sincere. And look at her. Now it look like y'all your tour, you probably gonna have to cut a lot of the American dates because people do not care about you over here. And so you said the US leg should have been added, South American shows and more European shows since. Yeah, because you see Beyonce, she added more dates to Cowboy Carter. She just added 2 more dates to Atlanta. So while people are adding, it don't seem like we hear anything about her. Now you said we can admit outside the States, a Lifetime's tour was very successful and see instant sellouts. So I definitely feel her team is leading her to be laughed at. Probably. I also hear, well, look, she's not a nice person in real life anyway. So how you doing, Magical Mermaid? You said at all Canada sold out, but Canada, because Canada probably signed, and you know, New York, it's not that hard. I was gonna say it's not that hard to sell out New York. That's no shade to us, but it's not that. Well, actually, it's not true. It depends on the type of artist. Because look, Jennifer Lopez, she had them 2 days, and she had to cancel her tour, right? But you said the truth is real. Her scandals only impact her on her career. And you said hello, by the way, because you came in with the stuff. But yeah, her drag is awful. Kori is good TV. I'm entertained by her. But yeah, that drag is so damn pedestrian. It's giving me, you bought that at the Goodwill. Although, wait, I shouldn't shade the Goodwill because there'd be some good stuff at the Goodwill. So I'm not going to shade them completely. It's giving Old Navy tees, which are fashion. That's what it's giving. Like you went shopping for like your whole wardrobe for this season. You know how some people be out here spending $5,000 or whatever, or how, allegedly, when it came to what's her name? Plastic Tiara that they said she spent about $200K on her looks over there at All Stars, and then she comes in and it's like you literally spent money on, what do you call it? Like you probably spent your whole wardrobe is probably like $200. That's what it's giving with your fashion. But that's why I live for oh my God, what's her name? Not Akira. What was the one that always wear the purple that she basically designs all her clothes? I like her. She the one, I'm sure she saved a whole lot of money on what she was doing. I said, hey, Carl, I don't think you've ever been in the live before, but how you doing? They said Grimes got royally F. Check your inbox is the reason why he moved to Texas. Well, yeah, he's been doing a whole lot to try to keep Grimes away from her children. Long before he became the overlord over at Doge, whatever the hell that foolishness is. The thing with Grimes, she's been going back and forth with trying to get custody of her children from Elon, but because he has all this money, and this feels very similar to Kelly Rutherford over there who was on Gossip Girl, where she was going through the mess that she was going through, where her husband, who was a rich guy, went and took her son, I believe his name is Helmet or Homer, one of them names. Anne H had a child named Homer too. Raja, thank you, Kareem, because I totally forgot. Her name. I was like, I knew it was an O'Hara. Oh, I said Davenport. That's what I was thinking. But shout out to Honey, who's also a friend of mine. Now they said I've always and of course, and Kareem's in the building. We both know Honey. And so they said I've always called Katy Perry's career Happy Meal. Yeah, exactly. She's dry. Hey, DJ, long time no see. Said I'm in the building preparing for my Thursday event, and these children are still upset. Really? Didn't we move on from that? Yeah, I was like, I be forgetting names on this show. That's why I live for y'all, because y'all be helping me when my brain don't be wanting to work sometimes. So I have to make it clear, Cowboy Carter. And I think that with Beyonce adding more tour dates to Atlanta, why? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with her adding more tour dates to Atlanta? You know how many black folks live in Atlanta? How many siffies and punks live in Atlanta? They're going to be living. Although I do not understand why Cowboy Carter is a stadium tour and why she charging $4K for tickets. But some people said that's the resale. You said just 99. Well, this wouldn't be a show if I wasn't reading something. But anyway, let's get into the show because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. And let's get into the SAG Awards. So that happened, I believe, yesterday. And there was issues going on with the server over at Netflix, which I'm not surprised. I don't know why anybody does business with Netflix. They just throw stuff up there and hope y'all will watch it. But there was something like when it comes to the live, there was always interruptions. Like, I don't know if there was interruptions during the halftime thing with Beyoncé, where she was doing that. But yeah, so but there was a lot of glitches and stuff that was going on in regards of that. But congratulations, and I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time on this. Because we got a lot of stuff, as I said, that I gotta get into. But congratulations to all the winners over there. And what people need to realize with the people that won the SAG Awards, that means that they have a higher chance of getting the Oscar. Because remember, that's what happened what was it, 2023? When everybody was like, Angela Bassett had it in the bag and all the other stuff. And then all of a sudden, Jamie Lee Curtis wound up winning the SAG Award, which meant like she had a higher guarantee of getting the Oscar, and she did. And we already talked about the whole situation going on with Angela and what she said. Y'all already know I stand 10 toes down. I agree wholeheartedly with what Angela said. She wasn't rude. She wasn't disrespectful to Jamie Lee Curtis. She was just like, I felt that in the time that I should have gotten the award, especially with all the time and work and effort that I put into as an actress. I deserve that Oscar. And I'm sure every artist who has ever gone up for an Oscar, who has put in the legwork, and Angela been around for over 3 decades. She, they all feel that way. They all sit up there and clap and be all diplomatic, but low key, I guarantee you, if you have never won an award, if you've been in that situation, you all feel that way. So Conclave, a thriller about the election of a new pope, which actually was pretty good if y'all haven't seen that. I believe it's on Peacock. Triumphed at the 31st Annual Screen Actors Guild Awards on Sunday, winning the top prize for Best Motion Picture Cast. Shōgun, an epic look at feudal Japan and Only Murders in the Building, a mystery satire, won the TV Ensemble prizes in the drama and comedy categories. It was a night filled with tributes in LA, which is recovering from the devastation caused by this year's wildfires, saying, quote, the city and the people in it have been put through the ringer, Kristen Bell, the show's host, said before introducing tables of first responders. There is no way to properly express our gratitude to all of you, she added. Now, the ceremony also had contended with technical glitches, as I mentioned. At one point, a pre-recorded announcement interrupted Jane Fonda's Lifetime Achievement Award acceptance speech, and shout out to her for telling you heifers what the hell DEI actually meant, or wokeism and all that other stuff, because a lot of y'all a lot of you clear racist folks be out here trying to weaponize it. And she was like, it basically is what I've been saying, people just being aware of those who have been socially injustice, or people who have been, ostracized from marginalized communities. That's basically what that is, just being aware of it. So people who are Black, people who are indigenous, people who are, I guess you could say Asian, all of that, we can fit in that category. But we'll start, of course, some Black folks, because, we create every damn thing over here and y'all just go and hijack it. Quiet as it's kept. And so, what else? Oh, and they also said that Andrew Scott and Adam Brody had to deal with finicky microphones. I'm like, damn, Netflix, y'all ain't got a budget over there? I mean, were they just the sponsors of people that were just airing it, or was it that it was just the people over there at the network, or whoever was putting this all together? Y'all just wasn't making sure everything was working. Like, you ain't never gonna see this happen at the Oscars. So Shōgun led the TV categories of 4 wins, picking up Best Lead and Lead Actress in a Drama Series for Hiroyuki Sanada and Anna Sawai, who both play conniving over warlord and his trusted interpreter, as well as a prize for its stunts. Now, it is a good show, though. If y'all have not seen it, definitely check it out. Both the show and its stars have dominated award season, earning top honors at the Golden Globes and the Emmys, saying, I feel like I'm in a dream of dreams, and this is what he said, fighting back tears. The Film Awards spread the wealth, with no movie earned more than a single prize. So Conclave won, and they said that comes just as during an unusually tumultuous award season, one that's been seen early frontrunners like Emilia Perez, which that movie was terrible, by the way. I mean, I get what's her name? the actress that actually played Emilia Perez, Carla Sofia Gascon. I could definitely see why she was getting the accolades, but overall, that movie was terrible. Them songs were god awful. Y'all can't sing to save y'all damn life. If they ever decide to make Emilia Perez the musical, y'all need to burn that at the stake and actually hire somebody. Maybe you need to hire Leland, who actually wrote those songs over there at the Wicked musical that they did over on RuPaul's Drag Race, and have him write y'all some good damn songs, because them songs was horrible. So anyway, so it says now, Honora, which lost the ensemble prize to Conclave, won the Directors Guild and Producers Guild honors, making it a favorite to be named Best Picture at the Oscars. However, Conclave's victory at SAG, along with its win last week at the BAFTAs, signals it could ultimately triumph at the Academy Awards. So now they said Timothy Chalamet, who, it's funny. Shout out to Michael Musto, because he was shady. Now, there goes Hiroyuki Sanada. He said that him and Ariana Grande need to eat a sandwich, at least half of one. I said, oh, you shady for that one. So, and I'm like, yeah, because y'all looking a little too damn skinny. But I guess Kylie, with all that damn plastic, she like rubbing up against skin and bones. So Timothy Chalamet and Demi Moore he said Demi Moore didn't eat his damn sandwich too, captured the leading actor and actress trophies. Chalamet transformed into folk. Well, he played Bob Dylan. We don't need to go into all of that. And I loved Demi Moore, who, played a fitness guru who was fired by a misogynistic higher up for the sin of being middle-aged. And that was given, and that just reminded me of Jane Fonda. Because remember back in the day when Jane Fonda and people like Cher and all them, when they hit a certain peak in their life, where it was like a midlife in their career or mid-career crisis, if you want to call it, they jumped on this whole bandwagon of workout videos and all that other stuff. This was like, I think in like the 80s or 90s or whatever. I was way young I can't believe, as young as I was in that time, I actually remember that. But it was all over the TVs and things. But anyway, so they said, we're in a subjective business, but the truth is I'm really in pursuit of greatness. This is what Chalamet said, who won over the heavily favored Adrian Brody for The Brutalist. And he said, I know people don't usually talk like that, but I want to be one of the greats. I'm inspired by the greats. I'm inspired by the greats here tonight, and I'm inspired by Daniel Day-Lewis, Marlon Brando, and Viola Davis, as I am by Michael Jordan, Michael Phelps, and I want to be up there. Well, young man, you are definitely on your way to being up there with the greats, because in my opinion, well, I've heard people say this, but I actually agree. Timothy Chalamet has proven to be himself to being this generation's Daniel Day-Lewis. Like, he transforms into these people. Every time he takes on a role, he transforms into the character that he's playing. And of course, he went to LaGuardia High School of Performing Arts with Madonna's daughter, who y'all know he dated back in the day. But he went there, he studied to be an actor, and look where he is today. I remember when he was on that show that was on Showtime, where Claire Danes, where she was, was she like an analyst or something? It was like a little spy series. I think it was on the second season. I remember Timothy Chalamet back in the day from that show. I could never remember the name of that damn show, but y'all probably know what I'm talking about. So now, and I saw somebody got upset with him saying that. I'm like, well, look, he's put in the work. He's studied. He's been picking really great roles. And you know what? While y'all sitting here salivating, well, the industry is salivating at the mouth over this part that he's playing as Bob Dylan. The scene that I really felt like gives me goosebumps and gets me to like move to tears every time I watch him is that scene where he basically comes into his own as the Mohadib in Doom 2. That scene gets me every time, where he starts challenging the people in there, and then all of a sudden he's the seer and he starts to see visions of some of the people's past and all that other stuff, when he was talking to the kid about the boy about his grandmother or something or another. So when he gets into that scene and he gets arrogant and really showing his behind, I was like, okay, Timothy, you really showing your acting chops in this scene. So he definitely has it. Now, The Substance has marked a remarkable career comeback for Moore, who spent years in the Hollywood wilderness, a victim of ageism and sexism that her film depicts. And I feel like this is why she's getting a lot of these accolades, because so many people in this industry could relate to it. So why y'all sitting there talking about Mikey Madison and Honora, and yeah, she's relatively a good actress. She's in her mid-20s. She has plenty of time. I don't think she's going to win. I don't think all these other actors are going to win. I definitely see it's going to go in Moore's direction, simply because so many people in this industry can relate to what she's currently going through in regards of dealing with the ageism and the sexism. It's a universal situation. So that's why I feel like a lot of people can relate to that, and that's why a lot of people are going for that more than the overall body horror that you see in the film. And then also, Jean Smart won Best Actress in a Comedy Series for Hacks. Martin Short picked up Best Actor in a Comedy Series for his role in Only Murders in the Building. And they both weren't there, but they got the award. They said Martin Short was sick. Apparently, he had COVID. So I believe that's why he wasn't there. Now, A Real Pain's Kieran Culkin also won Best Supporting Actor for they said playing a motor mouth young man on a trip to Poland. I think that was the movie that he did that oh my god, the actor that what's his name? Jesse Eisenberg, I believe, directed that movie. I haven't seen A Real Pain yet, but I know it's on Hulu. And also my girl Zoe Saldana ended up winning an award. So shout out to her. And she was crowned Best Supporting Actress for her performance as a lawyer for a cartel leader who undergoes gender-affirming surgery in Emilia Perez, saying, I believe that everybody has the right to be who they are. And she said Emilia Perez is about truth and it's about love. And I already know the LGBTQ community is all upset because they feel like we're not, this is not a real representation of trans people. Well, unless you know, I'm not even going to go there with this conversation because I feel like a lot of times when people go off and say that, well, this is not a real representation, well, what is? Because quiet as it's kept, none of us are monoliths. Like, we're all not the same in regards to that. But I feel like these are people who are complaining or worried about what the people on the outside think about us in marginalized communities. I don't care because they're going to feel how they feel anyway. You already heard Trump is trying to blame trans people for the reason why we don't have no money in this damn country. Mind you, the robber barons and the oligarchs are the ones that's stealing all our damn money and leaving us crumbs. So, but of course, it's the trans people's fault, according to him. And clearly that brain is literally become mashed potatoes at this damn point. The man just pulls stuff out of his wide behind and people believe it. Then also they had Jessica Gunning, who was the stalker in Baby Reindeer. She wound up winning. Colin Farrell ended up getting an award for The Penguin. We have a story about him. Well, actually, you know what? Instead of me doing all of that, let me just stitch all that together. So yeah, Colin Farrell basically, he won his award for playing the Penguin. And speaking of the Penguin, he opened up about whether or not he was going to come back for a season 2. So there has been rumors going around that he wants to come back and do a second season. He basically said that I don't want it. I don't not want it. So it's like talking out of both sides of his mouth. And this is what he said backstage at the SAG Awards. He said, we all left it in the ring in those 8 hours. I would hate to, just because of a quote unquote success, have to go again and for it to be a diluted version of what people seem to feel it is, majoritively. So I'm in no rush. I have no deep desire to do it. Sure, if they think of something that works in conjunction with a parallel to Matt Reeves' cinematic universe and it's a good idea, I'm open to it, but it's not something concerning me. So people need to realize he has not officially signed on to play the Penguin for season 2. It was set up as a limited series, and because yes, it was such a good show, he was great. Christian Milioti was great. Everybody, who was it? Renzi Felice, who played Lil Vic, who I'm still pissed off at what the Penguin did to him in that damn finale. But we all knew, like, if you watch the show, why he did what he did, because Vic saw a side of him that he didn't want people to see, that vulnerable side. And he did not want somebody to use that against him if they got a little power, which we saw that happen when his weakness for his mother was exploited. So now that Vic saw that, he had to kill him to protect, his whole situation. So I totally understood why he did what he did, but I'm still mad at you at why you did what you did, if that makes sense. So I'm here for Penguin season 2 if they have a great idea, but if not, if they don't want to put him in the Batman Part 2 when that comes out, I'm here for that too. We don't necessarily need a series just because everybody was so excited about it and thought it was great. Don't make something for the sake of making it because it was a huge hit. And then on top of that, I feel like, so yeah, if there's a story there, then that's great. But in regards to this, with the 800 pounds of makeup and then the fat suit, and then he has to put on, all this other stuff. Who wants to sit and deal with all that, sitting in a chair for like 3 to 6 hours a day? And then you got to get up and like be there 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, have hair, makeup, basically do all this stuff. You literally saw no inclination. The only thing I think that was real on Colin Farrell in that damn show was his eyeballs. Everything else was prosthetic. So I can totally understand it. That process of wearing that, getting into that and then wearing that all day and then having to take it off, it's exhausting. So who wants to sit and do that? So I can totally understand his pain of all of that craziness. So I wouldn't necessarily want to do it, but if they back up the Brinks truck and they got a good story, I guarantee you Colin Farrell's going to sign on to do it because, But there was a whole bunch, and then in that way, there was a whole bunch of other people who wound up winning an award. If y'all want to see the full list of people who have won awards at the SAG Awards, definitely head over to my website over at chrisavalon.com. All the information is there. So in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from you all. What did you think of this story regarding Colin Farrell and the SAG Awards and all that good stuff? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Well, damn, there's a lot of comments. Please hold. That's what I was gonna say. All them homosexuals that live in Atlanta, you best believe that that Beyonce gonna do all them awards there. The substance, yes, the damn show is sweeping. I love that freaking movie. I actually went on a whim and just bought it because I was like, I heard so many great things about it. Let me just buy it, and I'm glad I bought it. I suspect Ingrid Bergman's daughter, Isabella Rossellini, is going to win. I hope so. She was really good at it. Even though she was like in the movie for like 2 seconds, I actually enjoyed her scene. But look, if Dame Judi Dench can win an Oscar for playing the Queen for 10 damn minutes, y'all can give an Oscar to Ingrid Bergman. She's dead. Isabella Rossellini. To be honest, being a white folk, I like Cowboy Carter because I have listened to it since it first came out, and I'm already into the tour. Oh, you going? Shout out to you. To me, I feel like I'd be bored going. I do not want to sit up there watching her do the whole down for 2 damn hours. But I like Beyonce. But I did not like this album because I'm not a country fan. That's the only reason. But as y'all know, many a times I've told about it on this show. I understand the reason why she put this record together. Oh, wait, hold on. Aren't these children still recovering from the Renaissance tour that they practically went homeless for? And that Well, you know what? That's why I said I don't want to hear nothing when y'all sitting there talking about, oh, the egg price is too high. I'm like, where? Because when I be buying eggs, I was never complaining about the price. You just got to know how to shop. A lot of y'all be trying to buy all this name brand stuff. I probably got like 12 damn kids. And then you out here worrying about, that's why I said, chill. Now, yeah, y'all sitting out here, y'all willing to spend all this money on a damn concert that you can watch on YouTube, quiet as it's kept. But somebody, because a lot of these people will be smart and they put all they be in there recording it, putting it together. You can sit up in there instead. You know how many concerts I've seen on YouTube? But then again, I work in Madison Square Garden, so I watch a lot of these shows for free anyway. So that's probably why I'm not that upset when it comes to the concerts. So I get to see all these shows and stuff for free. I don't have to work. Spend all this money. It depends though, but I am going to go see Nine Inch Nails when that happens in September at the Barclays Center. Although I've heard negative things about the Barclays Center. Some people say it's not. It's a mess in there. It's like, oh, I bet the payments is okay. So it's like y'all didn't even paid off the dues that y'all did with the Renaissance tour, and that was 2 years ago. I have not recovered. I don't think most people have. I like Timothy Chalamet. Although I had some people in my comments over on Facebook throwing shade at him. I like Timothy. Not sure I am feeling the get up. Yeah, I don't know who's dressing him. It's probably the same people that's dressing RuPaul over there every time she hit the runway at Drag Race. It's like, whoever is designing your clothes, can y'all fire them? Because the wardrobe department need to be shot. I'm sitting there wondering with Drag Race, did y'all spend all the budget on the Badunkadunk tank? Because yeah, the clothes this season on Mama Ru is not hitting it for me. Who is her stylist? So we could windmill on them verbally. SAG are on fire tonight with these 3 taking top on. Mm-hmm. So that's what I said. And I always say to people that y'all sitting there into my Golden Globes. No, SAG is the one that really is like the award show that kind of determines where the shift is going to go on who has a better chance of winning an Oscar. And it looks like Demi Moore is probably going to take it. And I would not be upset if she did, because I told you I loved her role in the movie that she did, The Substance. I watched Shōgun, and yeah, it's a good show. I liked it. I still haven't watched the last 2 because I already told y'all before that when I like a show and I don't want it to end, I refuse to watch the last 2 episodes. I still haven't watched the last 2 episodes of The Last of Us, and that new season's coming in April. So I haven't watched the last 2 episodes because I have this thing in my brain where I like to trick it and think like, oh yeah, the show's not over. The show is still on. So I do that. And I was like, what is going on with my phone? It's like I'm getting all these damn messages, and I'm supposed to be working. Oh, oh, it's a okay. It's a work thing. I was like, what is going on? So yeah, I just got a message two about some work stuff. So now we back to the live. Oh wait, I didn't read your post. You said I did my research on the Hanoi Jane. Wait, who's that? Who's Hanoi Jane? Is that a word? Is that an actual thing? Like, look at me. Like, is that a thing? What's going on? What's the tea? Okay, so it sounds like she's actually sorry and says that photo is because she was tired and they used it as a way to say, "Who's Hanoi Jane?" I don't know who that is. You said both sides are bad in my eyes. The Academy will support the favorite films most. The more noms, the greater. Yeah, but I'm like a fave thing to who though? It's a I can't get my head around it taking top honors, and oh boy, I was intrigued. Yeah, another day, another essay lawsuit, right? Yeah, it's coming. We got a lot of topics to get to before we get to that one, though. It said Timothy was on YouTube 8 years ago. So was he? Oh, you want to know something? There was something that people were surprised by that he knew like a lot of lyrics to a lot of hip hop artists and stuff. I'm like, Timothy is from New York. Where have y'all been? You know how many white boys I know that's like Timothy Chalamet that sit up in here and listen to people like Kendrick Lamar. They listen to a lot of conscious rappers and all the other stuff. Like Timothy is a born and bred New Yorker. He's not one of those, dizzy white kids or whatever. Like he's down with the struggle. I'm joking about the struggle part, but y'all know what I'm saying. It was removed a few years ago. Oh, was it? I didn't know he was selling sneakers, but look, do what you got to do to support yourself with them. Oh, you remember the Jack LaLanne and all that other stuff? I almost forgot about him. They said he was great in one. Oh yeah, I still have not seen that. A complete unknown. Yeah, I haven't seen that film either. I do want to check out the new movies before it comes out, though. In Reddit, the agreement said YouTube would still be huge. Oh, in Reddit, the agreement said YouTube YouTube the rapper. I mean the rapper, the band. Is it wasn't. If it wasn't for you, child, please. Here's the thing. I was never a fan of YouTube. I always thought they were overhyped. You get free, yeah, because I hated that whole little scam situation they did, and they took a huge lashing for that too. He was nominated the other year for the Banshees, and the other year, I still, you know what? I've heard great things about the Banshees and Inisherin. I still have not watched that movie. I'm gonna definitely check that. I think it might be on HBO Max. There'll be a lot of movies that I'd be meaning to watch, and I never get around to it. I finally got around to watching The Gorge yesterday. That was a really good one. If y'all have not seen that movie, definitely check it out. I was not expecting that movie to go the way it went, and I hated Sigourney Weaver in that freaking movie, but she was playing it up, playing that bitchy woman that ran the. Well, I don't want to give away what its true intentions are. If you have not seen the movie, definitely check it out. It should have went in the theaters too. I was just thinking about that, based off the visuals and the action sequences and stuff with Anya Taylor-Joy and Miles Teller. That should have been a theatrical release. I don't know why they just put it straight to Apple TV, but yeah, it should have been. That should have got a theatrical release. Yeah, shout out to Roberta Flack. Yeah, I saw that this morning. That was unfortunate, but I posted it in my Instagram stories. It was like, yeah, when I heard about that. I grew up listening to Roberta Flack because my parents played a lot of old school R&B and a lot of that type of a lot of soulful music and stuff. So I grew up like listening to people like Roberta Flack and Isaac Hayes and the Shy Lights and the Temptations and the Four Tops and all the Motown and Diana Ross and the Supremes and of course the Jackson Five and then Michael Jackson as a solo artist. But then of course with my mother I was listening to Susie and the Banshees and listening to Erasure and listening to Pep Shop Boys and Madonna and she played all the cool stuff and Seduction. Yes, it takes two to make a thing go right. Shout out to Michelle Visage. So we was listening to all of that growing up. Oh, you haven't watched Saturday's episode? Oh, you haven't, Michelle? Well, I don't know if you want the spoilers because we're gonna get into it. Was a good episode. I would say it was the best Rusical I've seen in a long time. But that's the only thing I'm gonna say on that until we get to that topic. And it's funny how you took my iPods. What was I going to say? Oh, the girls on Drag Race are still using iPods. I said these award shows have no merits. Yes, drivers. It might be you. Great song by Fleck. Rest in Legacy. Yeah, she got a lot of hits. If y'all don't know about it, look. And I'm sure she made a lot of money off the Fugees. Because, Killing Me Softly, that's her song. Killing Me Softly, that's her song. I should have, as I like to change the lyrics, I turned off the Snatch Game. Oh, yeah, that show was so bad. That episode was so bad. Killing Me Softly is good too. Food. And it's funny, I didn't even read your damn comment, and that's what immediately popped out. Then I go and I read your comment. Articles are even coming out saying Walmart is becoming Target and Libra. Is it? I mean, I thought Walmart, quite frankly, I always thought Walmart, Kmart, Target, they was all the same under the same umbrella. I always thought they was all the same stuff. Okay, it said Phoenix is picking up in sales for Kylie due to clips of attention tour in Australia, so it's working as Dante said. Of course, and we all said that's what it was. A lot of people are a little skeptical. Some people are gonna come on late and say we want to see how things are before we jump on the Kylie Minogue bandwagon. So you have to give it a second. So now people are looking at clips online saying it looks really cool. Then of course, we have the people who are complaining that it's not a big spectacle. There's no props. There's no this. There's no that. And it's like not every pop star of the Kylie Minogue caliber has to put on this extravagant show where it needs to be like props everywhere in the moving stages. She's not going to do the Madonna scale type situation like she did back in the day. Number one, y'all have to also realize this. She's also touring the United States outside of Europe. If it was just a European tour in Australia, I'm sure she probably would give y'all this big grand scale of a tour. But because she's also doing America, and Americans, y'all a little shifty when it comes to who y'all support. Sometimes I'll be baffled as the type of artist y'all be supporting and putting y'all money in. And then there be some people out here that be working their ass off putting a show together. And I'm like, really? That's what y'all out here supporting? But that's y'all money. If you like it, I love it. But I'm not going to take that risk and come to America and give you this grand, extravagant show and take that risk and possibly lose out on millions because when I come to America, the tickets might not sell as fast as they would in Europe. So yeah, I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna give y'all a show out in the US, but I'm gonna also be skeptical and not go full out where I got all kinds of craziness on the stage, like you would expect from a Beyonce or a Madonna or people or Gaga or somebody on that level. So I totally understand why she's giving y'all basically I got 6 dancers. I got my background vocalist. I got my band, and I got this big jumbo screen. I have a couple of little props and stuff, but I am the performance. I am the show. Y'all came here to see Kylie. You didn't come here to see her getting flown across the arena, or you didn't come to see her do, backflips off the wall like she's Trinity in the Matrix. That's not what y'all came here for. You came to see Kylie give Kylie, and sometimes standing there watching Kylie give a show is enough. So if people are going to sit and complain like you wasn't really a Kylie Minogue fan to begin with, now I can understand if she was giving you mid like Janet Jackson has been doing as of late. But the same old two-step and the same old medley and the same old show that y'all was complaining about with this residency that she was doing on her previous tours. Because I be reading the comments and all I do is I bring it back what people are saying. Yeah, I love that song too, but I actually love the Roberta Flack version. I feel like nobody does it like she does. I just feel like just her vocals is just so subtle. It's like literally spreading butter across toast. That makes sense in regards of like how she really like how her voice just rides that song and how subtle it is. You said how many topics you missed? One, because all we talked about was the SAG Awards. But we got a whole lot of other stuff to get into. It said Demi is spectacular and a few good men, Ghost and Disclosure. With so many great performances, she's always been underrated. And shout out to her ex-husband Bruce Willis, because I heard the story today that his frontal temporal dementia has gotten so bad he can no longer speak. So shout out to Bruce Willis. He was like one of my favorite actors. I had the opportunity to meet him twice a couple of years ago. Once was at the Live Free or Die Hard premiere, and then the second time was when he came to the Big Apple Circus where I was working at. He was in my section, and I tell y'all this story every time, but it's just like it always, how I always want to remember him. One time he was trying to go to the concession stand to go get his daughter because he had with his second wife some food, and there was a situation that was going on the top of the stage, well, not the stage, but like we have the people that interact with the audience and stuff. So there was a little situation going on. He was trying to just slip out to go to concession, and I was just like, tell him to wait. I was telling like one of the people because I was supervising at the time. I was like, tell him to wait, the guy to wait, or whatever. I didn't even realize it was Bruce Willis until I happened to look. I was like, oh my god, you just told Bruce Willis to sit, to wait. And then one of my friends, Jose, literally turned red from it. And of course, because I recognized him, everybody all of a sudden knew he was there because word spread, and they all got a picture with him except me. I was like, next time I'm gonna keep this to my damn self, because I sat there and I noticed him. And you heifers went and swarmed him later on to get a photo. He was gracious about it. Like, he took the picture and everything and all that stuff. So he was a nice guy. So shout out to him, because I just wanted to bring that up. Jane Fonda is hated by veterans because of what the image, and they labeled her as, oh, okay. Because there was something that happened, like, probably before I was born. You said I went off on Pink since the Trustful tour last year, and the mix of Just Like Fire, Heartbreaker was good. Wait, is that when you said you went off on Pink, was that a good thing or a bad thing? Because, when we say go off, it's like, go off, these. You better do that thing. Or you went off as in you windmilled, like you was cussing her out and stuff. Because look, one thing about Pink will give you a show. She be out there, when I was saying doing the somersaults and stuff, I'm sure you knew that's who I was referring to. And that's my Virgo sister, so I'm not going to shade her. But, oh, okay. You actually said it in the comments. If I kept reading... Apple Films have recent see that, okay, well, that makes sense, because I've heard people say, oh, well, things do bit. Well, that's that snobby, John Campia. He likes it. Well, anytime when a movie doesn't go into theaters, I'm thinking it's bad. That's not necessarily true. First of all, not everything can go in a goddamn theater. Number two, post-COVID, a lot of people don't watch movies like the way we grew up watching movies. Everybody ain't gonna go to the damn movies, especially when y'all dropping movies and a month later it's on the streaming service. It's available to purchase. Why the hell am I going to the movies? There's only certain films that I go out of my way to go open the weekend, whatever the case is, depending on what it is. Y'all know it's certain horror movies like Hard Eyes or Scream 7, which shout out to them over there. Y'all sleuths. They was posting pictures of Ghostface outside. It's all over Twitter that they were shooting a scene in Atlanta with Ghostface, and he was, I guess doing a scene, whatever the case was. He was just walking around outdoors. Somebody, excuse me, this damn cold is killing me, and allergies. So that's why I'm rubbing my nose. It ain't the booger sugar. Why don't I just shut up? Because I'm gonna start thinking, oh, he a cocaine, a booger sugar head. No, well, I don't live there no more. I'm recovered. From what? I don't know. I've never had addiction issues. Anyway, let me shut up on that and just get back to the show. Why am I sitting here arguing with myself? So this is where it's just like, okay, Chris, you need help. You sitting here having a whole conversation with yourself and losing train of thought. Focus. So Apple Films, I agree. They've taken risks on certain films, especially like Napoleon, a bunch of other things, and they don't do well at the box office. Even the movie Wolves with George Clooney and who else was in that? Brad Pitt didn't really do well. So I can totally understand. It's like, yeah, we're not going to take that risk with certain movies. We're just going to put it on streaming. And The Gorge did relatively well over on streaming. So I'm not mad at them putting it on there. And everything don't need to be in a theater. Sometimes I like to sit at home, luxuriate with my popcorn and my beer or my wine, whatever I'm in the mood for, and watch, a good movie. Everybody don't want to be out here spending $30 damn on a ticket. Or, well, it depends. Because if it's at a regular theater, it's like $18 because they charge with the tax. Or, sometimes I do the matinee, it'd be like 14, but it comes out to like 17, $18, which is annoying, especially in New York. And then if I want concessions, I'm like spending $30. So who wants to do all of that? I can sit at home. I can go to the store, pick me up some snacks. I can make myself a little petri dish of snacks. I can have my drink, my beer, whatever the case is, because I like my Modelo or my Corona. I only like Mexican, the men and the drinks. So, well, not only Mexican men. I do like all kinds of men, but just saying, the Mexican men and the drinks, I can take two at the same time. But for the most part, when it comes down to everything else, I like to keep I'd rather just sit at home and watch a movie. Why spend all that damn money in the movies? Well, I know AMC got all these little deals with their A-list, but and a friend of mine, Esteban, he goes to the movies a lot. I don't know how he has the time because he works a lot, but he finds the time. She is an on-stage stone. I don't know how long she's gonna keep that up. I mean, I know she in her 40s, but look, Madonna was out in her mid-50s still doing crazy stunts. So, with her toys, so Pink can still keep going. She's an athlete. They said she won't be able to sustain that forever. At the end of the day, the artists need great music. Well, yeah, because at some point, Pink's gonna have to be like, damn, I can't be doing this crazy stunts anymore because you will end up with all kinds of ailments or whatever the case was. And you said when she performed my favorite song from 1979, that song being Heartbreaker, and I settled into performance. Is that Pat Benatar? That song came out in 1979? Or are we talking about somebody else? You said Hard Eyes. Yes, it was. Get some oregano oil. Oh, is that what's going to help with these allergies? Because, yeah, every time I seem like I go out in the street, I end up coming back with a damn cold or, something. He said she can do a backflip and she can fly across the venue. I've never had the opportunity to see Pink live. I need to, though. Said when Netflix be not where, because my Netflix ain't $9.99. My Netflix is like 18 damn bucks. And they keep going up. It hasn't gone up for me. It still has sustained at $17.99, but they every couple of months they keep talking about it's going up. Shout out to Adam Barta, who I've interviewed on this show before. Seance with the Queens. If y'all have not seen that since we talking about Apple TV, definitely check that show out. It's a cackle. He also did, I remember when I did an interview with him, he did this thing with Honey Boo Boo's mother, Mama June. Y'all should check that out too. But Seance with the Queens is a cackle if y'all haven't seen that or whatever. But thank you for the $1.99 super chat. It said when she performed Heartbreaker, I was on the edge of my seat. I was like 1979. I was like, wait, that song can't be that old. I was thinking like, wait, Pat Benatar came out in the 80s. Or we talking about the 1979, the one where one of the members used to hunch Taylor Swift for like 5 minutes and then she moved on to the next one. But anyway, let's move on. This was a lot. Not that I don't mind the comments. Keep the comments coming. And if y'all can, add to the collection plate. I need some coins. Although I did just, I just saw like a work situation where I'll be making some more coins. And YouTube has definitely been feeding me in regards to the cointanas now that, this channel can be monetized. So all of that is appreciated. But anyway, let's get into this other story. So apparently Joy Reid is unemployed because, MSNBC said the ReidOut is out. Now I'm trying to come up with an interesting point. And I saw that old long-headed "See You Next Tuesday." Megyn Kelly, her racist behind was over there cackling. I was like, girl, but maybe Roger Ailes needs to go assault your ass again. But anyway, allegedly. So according to Variety, MSNBC's evening lineup may soon look quite different from what diehard viewers have come to expect. The NBC Universal-backed cable network is expected to move the trio of Simone Sanders, Townsend, Alicia Menendez, and Michael Steele to its 7 p.m. weekday slot on Tuesday through Friday, according to two people familiar with the matter. The group on Mondays will lead 2 hours, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. The move will have direct implications for Joy Reid, the anchor who currently fills 7 p.m. She is expected to host her last show on MSNBC this week. Well, the word on the curb is, and the word being Don Lemon, apparently I believe that her last day might be today. Now, I will say this. I do like Michael Steele. I love the fact that he called out Joe and Mika. Sidebar, are them two still over there working at MSNBC while you out here cleaning house and firing people left and right? Because she's not the only one that lost a job. But we don't get into who are the other ones that lost a job. After I take this swig of water. So they said what's more, Alex Wagner, who was hosted weeknights at 9 p.m., save for a Monday night led by Rachel Maddow, who was moved up to 5 days a week, by the way, is expected to be named a contributor, according to 3 people with knowledge of current talks. Wagner, who has been working as a correspondent across the U.S. during the first 100 days of the new Trump presidency, while Rachel Maddow anchors each day at 9, is unlikely to return to her weekly slot, these people indicated. Now, Jen Psaki is expected to take over at least one of the hours powers, according to one of these people. MSNBC is also in talks with Eugene Daniels, a Politico, and Melissa Murray, a law professor at New York University who specializes in the regulation of sex, marriage, caregiving, and reproductive rights that would have them join the network of unspecified capacities, according to one of these people. MSNBC declined to make executives available comment, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So now they say the move comes quickly after Rebecca Cutler. Wait, hold on, let me put up Miss Alex Wack. Because these are the two right here who clearly have been chopped from MSNBC. So now the move comes quickly after Rebecca Cutler, a former senior executive at CNN who is known for her facility in developing new talent and programming concepts, which means MSNBC is about to be drier than a goddamn prune, has named MSNBC's new president. She takes the helm of the network as it faces unique challenges, including the pressures of working with the Trump White House and being spun off along with the other NBCU cable networks into a new publicly trading company. Well, we all see that what this is. He's got this war on the media. They're trying to clean house. So now, because the media is where it is, people are being fired left and right. The ratings are in the toilet, but quiet as it's kept. Legacy media ratings been in the toilet for a while now. I can tell you, I don't even watch legacy media. I did like Joy Reid when she was on there. There was every now and again I would watch little clips and stuff from her show on YouTube. I wasn't like an average 5-day-a-week watcher of the ReidOut, but when there were certain things that would float in my radar that would be interesting that I want to click on, I definitely watch her show. I will watch clips, not saying, because, this is like the new generation thing. We just watch clips of whatever they put up from MSNBC. And I was engulfed in a lot of MSNBC during Kamala Harris, the Trump campaign and all that other stuff. But I was watching other things as well. So I was keeping one of my eyes on legacy media and seeing what they was talking about. And then I was watching progressive independent media and hearing the contrast of what legacy media wasn't talking about, what they were talking about over there. So they said that Fox News Channel and CNN are experiencing similar erosions in that period. MSNBC could be left with an average of 61.3 million viewers at the end of 2025 compared to 68.5 million in 2023. Oh, wow. 61.3, that's bad. According to, oh my God, we lost a couple million viewers. We're losing money. The world's coming to, like, y'all really bitching about 68.5 million people still sucking on the teat of legacy media. This is what y'all mad about? It's not like it jumped from 68 million to like 2 million people. It's not like y'all watch like how network television used to be. Remember back in the day, if your show hit 20 million or better, you was considered a hit. Now in Nielsen ratings, you with some shows, you grateful if you can at least pick up 5 million people. Or how the Housewives at one point, when people was watching that, it was like 2 million people a week. Now, they getting like 400,000 or less. Like, I don't understand it was that significant of a drop. Y'all still in the 60 million number. Y'all killed me over there with y'all ratings and stuff. Thank God I'm an independent contractor over here doing what I'm doing. Because if I was beholden to legacy media, and I think about this a lot. I was like, if I was doing a panel show on a legacy channel and I was really out here spewing the real stuff that they won't talk about over there because they beholden to these robber barons, these oligarchs, and these corporate, billionaires or whatever who basically run things over there and will suspend you if you say something that doesn't fit in with their agenda. I would be out of a job in a week. That's why I'm glad in a way that I just sit over here and I talk the things that I talk. I get all my information. I bring y'all the right information. I bring you the receipts, and then you do with it as you will. Whereas some people just spew things at the mouth, like that big head, long chin bitch, Megyn Kelly out here talking about why can't white people wear blackface and Santa Claus is a white man? I'm like, really? So what white man got hair made of wool? I'll wait. But they run out here with spew they misinformation over at Fox News, and of course y'all eat it up like it's yesterday's leftovers. So now Colin, they said, has described plans to build an independent. Now this is a goddamn lie, but I'm gonna try to read it to y'all. So they said she describes plans to build an independent news gathering apparatus for MSNBC. Of course, beholden to whatever the corporate billionaires that run these networks want to get out there. So I'm not buying this whole independent news gathering, because if that's the case, wouldn't y'all be over there trying to be like, well, let Don Lemon get a job over there, or you keep Miss Joy Reid with her job. So why get rid of people who have been going against some of the things that Trump has said and done? If y'all talking about building an independent news gathering apparatus, y'all think about throwing around these big words that, of course, is going to stunt people. I said stunt. Well, it could be stun and stunt. Stun meaning shocking. So anyway, so they said that Witch will lose its ties to NBC News after the new company is formed. She wants to launch a separate MSNBC Washington bureau and to add a new roster of international and domestic correspondents. She also wants to hire a new head of talent, a Washington bureau chief, and a head of content strategy. Yet she has articulated a plan to new clothes. I think. Oh, to Hugh. I was like, what is that? That's an H. I don't know why that didn't look like an H when I'm reading it. But anyway, so it said plan to hew close to the network's progressive leanings, not trying to steer it to the center. Well, I believe it as I see it because there's nothing progressive when I look at an MSNBC, a CNN, or any of those other things. I do not get progressive from y'all. So if this is what y'all talking about, if y'all think progressive is more like moderate or centrist, but just if you just raise your voice a little bit, that considers you progressive, then I'm calling BS on this. But I'll see what they plan on doing when they're over there. But I'm not buying it at all. But we'll go along with it for entertainment purposes, or as I like to say, shits and giggles. So they said they've been working to bring viewers back after the results of the 2024 presidential election. Well, I don't know how that's going to work when people felt like they was lied to. Y'all set up in here was they making them think, well, Kamala Harris is in this great lead and blah, 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 blah. And it was all, in the words of Miss Mama's over there loving hip hop, it was all a lie. So now they said that MSNBC Rachel Maddow returned to hosting at the 9 p.m. hour Monday through Friday compared to the Monday only schedule, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is breaking down all this other. I don't care who's been over there the longest and how many things that they've been getting. They also said that Cutler helped create The Weekend, the show led by Sanders Townsend, Melendez, and Steele, which is run early Saturday and Sunday mornings. In its first year on air, the program has seen audience for its time slot improve noticeably. And I like Michael Steele. I didn't like him back when he was the head of the RNC, but I do like lately that he's not been afraid to call people out on their ish. So, you need to get more people in there who's not afraid to say what the things that they want to say. Now, whether or not you agree with some of these people that's on there, y'all can continue to watch, y'all can continue to promote, you can see all that stuff. But they also say, you know what, the ReidOut has lost a lot of. So I do think that ratings has something to do with it. As much as some of y'all like Miss Joy Reid, her viewership was over 28% in February through the 20th compared to a year earlier period. So she has been losing a lot of people in the ratings. I feel like a lot of people have been affected. But my thing is this, if y'all gonna sit up and fire her, when y'all gonna fire them ones that was licking Trump feet like Trump allegedly, well, not even alleged, it's fake. The AI video that's floating around, this they said they hacked the federal government with that footage of Trump licking Elon's AI feet on the feed. This is a cackle for me. I'm like, this is what y'all doing over there. Like y'all trolling him. Keep it up though. But this is what y'all doing over there. So if y'all gonna fire them, then you need to fire them old frauds, them grifters from over there who bend the knee immediately after Trump won. So, and this is another thing too. Like when the reason why these ratings are dropping off with a lot of people over there at MSNBC, CNN, all these other liberal networks is because y'all sat up in here with somehow, yeah, it's a danger to our democracy and all this other stuff that y'all was saying. But the minute the election shifted in the direction of Trump, a lot of y'all jumped ship and didn't even want to fight no more because y'all, I guess your job was done. You fed they fed the beast of lies, and now, oh well, I'm just gonna go over and I'm gonna bend the knee and kiss the ring like we in a goddamn 4-year episode of Game of Thrones, and that's what I feel like. That's what we're going with this. So, Joy, shout out to you. I'm sure that you will bounce back. I can see her going to YouTube or whatever. I know she has a YouTube channel. I think it's called Read This, Read That, or something or another with her daughter or something or another. But she could use that as a way to kind of go, and whether or not you like him, you could go the Don Lemon direction and basically hire you a producer or two, do a show from home, do super chats and all that other stuff. and become real independent media and not be spoon feeding these people out here the things that you were told to feed them through your network. If you are truly an independent person that believes in moving the democracy in a more progressive direction that isn't this full of fascism and all this other mess that Trump and apartheid Clyde is trying to do, then really go there with the independent media and show these people that, you know what, there is an alternative to the madness that's over there. Because, you know, we have, what was it? I said, well, look, legacy media, as I said, has been on life support for quite some time. And, you know, with the current administration going after the media and people bending the knee, as I've said many times prior, there's a purge happening in legacy media also, because I need to point this out. Lester Holt earlier, and this one was also holding me up. We're putting the show together because so much news was coming out in the fallout of Joy Reid and everything that's going over there. There is a purge going on in mainstream legacy media. Lester Holt announced that he's leaving NBC News. In addition to Joy and Alex, we also lost Jonathan Capehart, Eamon Moyeldin, and Katie Fang have also been axed from MSNBC. I also heard this. They're making cuts over at The View, too, as a couple of staffers. Many, you know, there's, you know, each co-host, and there's 6 of them, has a personal producer that comes up with the stuff, feeds them whatever they need to feed. Because, you know, I love Sunny Hostin, but girl, you cannot read. It seemed like you just such a bookworm. You don't know how to be a personality. Everything has to be read off a cue card instead of you just being like, okay, this is what I know, and trust in your gut rather than having to read stuff off a cue. I'm like, damn, girl, even when you ask a celebrity a question, you literally have to read the cue card by the book. It's like, be a personable whatever. But whatever. They like her over there. They can keep her until her contract is up, which I heard is this season. And if they want to re-up her, they're probably going to be having to cut back on the money they're giving them over there. Because I think Joy and Whoopi are the ones that's taking most of the coins over there because they've been around longer. So yeah, so a couple of staffers have been let go over there at The View, for what I've heard. Also, it looks like the tides are turning because the Joe Rogan fans are over him and his constant MAGA meat writing, because that's what he's been doing a lot of. You know, at one point he was liberal, or more or less, I would say, a progressive, and he was all for like Medicare for all, trans rights, all that other stuff. And then all of a sudden, it was like when, you know, you had those Democrats that irritate every aspect of my spirit, like the Hakeem Jeffries and who's the other ones that Chuck Schumer, the Nancy Pelosi, you know, the legacy Democrats kind of like turning their back on him, didn't want him to come a part of the situation because he's more on the progressive side. You know, the older folks want to keep things as it is because that's how they continue to make their money. They give a little bit, they cut a little bit while y'all not realizing what's going on until later on, and you realize they ain't do the bare minimum, which is why I think a lot of people shifted to the other direction because, yeah, they started noticing. Y'all's cut a little bit out. We'll give you a little bit of crumbs, but we still cutting little things over here. You're not realizing it. But this current administration, 30 plus days in, taking a whole wrecking ball to everything. So now it's become overwhelming. They're flooding us with all this information and nobody knows where to look. So people are overwhelmed. People are stressed. They're doom scrolling all over social media, and it's a hot ass mess. So yeah, there's all of that, and now I'm glad that the Midas Touch is surpassing Rogan as the most popular show in the country, and I like the Midas Touch. They are very anti-Trump. They're very progressive in a lot of political stuff that they talk about. But in addition to the Midas Touch, I'm gonna tell you some people that y'all need to be out here watching. You can agree to disagree on certain things that they say, but they are way more progressive than a lot of these puppets that y'all have out here. And I like Brian Tyler Cohen, but you give me like you are bought and paid for it within that whole Democratic situation. I can look past the cuteness to call it out. And then, damn, who was the other one? That David Pakman? I don't trust him. He another one. But I like Brian Tyler Cohen. I give him a little benefit of the doubt, but I'd give him a little slight tap on the butt. But he's not as bad as some of these other ones. But there's some people out here, in addition, like I'm gonna tell y'all who to listen to in regards or watch in addition to the Midas Touch. Y'all can definitely check out Crystal Ball. Also check out her husband, Kyle Kolinski. I like a lot of stuff that he said. Like he goes in on Trump and Elon. and always making a point of, we need to talk about the robber barons and the oligarchs of this country who are literally pillaging our economy and every aspect of our federal government. Also, I love Mehdi Hassan. I love Tennessee Brando, Sabby Sabs, even though she get on my nerves sometimes too. But I do like some of the things that she brings up, and she'll call it out. Keith Edwards is also another one in the Vanguard. I like them. They stay in the Vanguard, stay calling out the Young Turks. So I live for them for that whole situation. So yeah, that's basically what's going on right now with this whole Joy Reid situation. So I say all this to you. Are you guys upset that we are losing Joy Reid? Do y'all even watch legacy media? And or who are the people that you tune into on YouTube that are on the liberal side that are not afraid to call out both sides when they up to some shadiness? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I was like, I hope I'm saying, well, I was gonna say, I hope I'm saying all the right things. But it's like, when it comes to me with the politics, I just say how I feel and go along with it. Well, thank you, Aaron 4K. Definitely shout out to you. We love a new subscriber over here. It's like, I need conservative media to shut up. The articles I'm reading don't sound good to them. JD Vance might be popular. Is he? Because JD Vance been shipped off to Europe while, Elon Musk and Trump continue to have their little sausage fest. I need conservative. Oh, I read that already. He said, in 2020, so trust me, it's not popular for vice president to become president. Trump, well, yeah, the vice president becomes the president after the president is, the A word. Yeah, I know them two attempts they try to take out on Trump. If you could read, you know what I'm saying? I think you do. There's certain words you can't say on YouTube, unfortunately. Trump winning was widely expected, but according to The Hill, that's because he's a popular, well, whatever you want to call the Republicans. Roland Martin, snatch Rita. Well, I wonder what he had to say on this, because I did see that, what was the word? I did see that Don Lemon talked about Joy Reid losing her job, and he went in on them over there. He even went in on Megyn Kelly, which was hilarious, by the way. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, MSNBC was failing before Reid. It just feels like that y'all just trying to make her the sacrificial lamb. So, pretty much. They said, we have all these corporations buying up our democracy, and people aren't. It's like, where's the outrage? I said, I've been told that in Europe, conservatives are moderate Democrats, so Germany won is not the victory for Trump supporters. Well, they don't know their history or what's going on in other countries. They just go by what people tell them and go along with it. They find the progressive voices. Remember, they fired Mehdi. Exactly. And now he's independent. He's got Zateo, and that show is doing relatively well, as well as his newsletter, which I'm subscribed to, by the way. So I like Mehdi Hassan, or Mehdi Hassan, if you want to be specific. It's funny, I have an uncle named Hassan. My mother's brother. It said, the way my nerves are set, I can only watch the PBS News Hour these days. Everybody else seems to want it. Yeah, that's why that's why I mentioned about the doom scrolling and all that other stuff. I try to stay away from a lot of that. But yeah, I try to stay away from a lot of it, because I do feel like y'all do flood the zone with all this doom and gloom. So I try to avoid it as much as possible. I try not to get so engulfed in politics too. Like, I try to take a break from it. There's a couple of things I'm like, I'll catch up. I'll jump into certain things, like the people that I mentioned before. When I was talking about, like, I always check in with Kyle Kolinski, see what he's talking about, because he's hilarious the way he goes in the name calling and all the other stuff with the other side, especially when it comes to Elon and all that other stuff. So, and then he also did an interview that I think people should check out too. Him and his wife sat down with this guy and talked about election and how this country goes after denying Black people the ability to vote, and all the little stunts that they've been pulling over the years. So there was like a 20-some-odd minute video that he put up where they were discussing it. And I was relatively entertained. And they said that it's a documentary. I cannot remember the name of it all the time in my head, but if y'all happen to go check the episode out, check it out on Kyle Kalinski's page. Secular Talk is the name of the show. But he sat down and he spoke with this guy who did a documentary. I believe he said that it was produced by, and it's for free on his website. So if y'all happen to see it, definitely check that out. But he said Leonardo DiCaprio, and I forget who else with the other, it might have been George Clooney. They produced it. So talking about all these stunts and stuff that they be pulling to try to keep black people from voting. Even they said it was Martin Luther King's 90-something-year-old cousin. They denied her. She came in a wheelchair. Or they said walker, whatever. Same shit, different toilet. And said that she was denied the right to vote during this current administration. And how this one guy had to go, literally, he was supposed to get a mail-in ballot. They was even talking about the scams with that too. And the little stunts and shows that they pull to try to deny people the absentee ballots and all the other stuff. One guy had to fly round trip because he had found out that he was denied the ability to vote. He had to go and they had him jumping through hoops to try to get his name put back on the thing and for him to be able to. I said, these scams that they be pulling, just because, and especially if you vote Democrat, they specifically focus on that. I think they had to give Reid for got Reid for cheat. So usually that's how they get you. They want to underpay you some more, or you just be like, they only want centrist voices because they're quiet on Palestine issues. And funny enough, there was a story that came out and they said that Hamas is going to release all the hostages, which Israel doesn't want to do. Their whole goal is they want to fight so they can get rid of all those Palestinians so that way they could steal the land that does not belong to them. This is the reason why, Netanyahu, there's been many of deals that were put on the table. He's been denying them. But of course, the legacy mainstream media is not going to talk about this. And so they only want centers. So yeah, that's why I said I don't believe that. I like Hassan Piker. Yeah, she definitely is out. They fired the biggest Trump critics like Jim Acosta, but I know because the heads of Warner Brothers Discovery is Republican. So, well, funny enough, people need to realize the majority of these people that own these networks are Republican. They allow liberal voices on their networks, but majority of these people that run these companies, they all lean conservative in their personal life. You said, and not have to worry about being edited by execs. Exactly, like me in this mouth. It's like, I cannot be edited. What you see is what you get. No. Not Ghostface Killer. Ghostface the Killer from Scream. I think they're getting rid of these people that could hurt the future sale of the NBC News department because even Lester Holt is leaving. As I talked about, didn't realize Pee Wee Herman had a documentary out. Wait, it's out already? I heard that it was coming out, but I didn't know it was out officially. Or maybe it just came out yesterday or something, and then I just overlooked it. Because I told you yesterday I was on Apple. I was watching a bunch of other things. I didn't go over to HBO because I believe that's what they said that it was going to be going to. But also, if I haven't seen it yet, but I saw when I was scrolling that the Luther Vandross, if y'all have not seen that, his documentary is on HBO Max as well. I still call it HBO Max. I don't care. But yeah, I have to watch that one. I haven't watched the Luther one. So you know what? Back to back, I'm going to watch two documentaries with two back-to-back homosexuals, Pee Wee Herman and Luther. And I ain't out Luther. It was kind of, it's like, hello, it's obvious. In the words of India Ari, because she is a queen. The cable apocalypse. That's exactly where it's going because I don't know anybody who still got cable. I think my parents still got cable. But I told you I watch everything on streaming. You said Roku should have started their own news. Yeah, they should. And I am a Roku user. I had a feeling he was gay, especially after his role in Rolling Below. He played a gay man too. Oh, you talking about Pee Wee Herman? Well, I think we all kind of suspected, but because we were kids and we didn't know, we just didn't focus on it. Because Pee Wee Herman's kind of gay too. Were you looking for love in all the wrong places and you started sniffing? Yeah, Secular Talk is pretty good. I'm glad I'm not the only one that be watching it. I think I even put Robert onto Secular Talk. Did you see the movie Blow with Johnny Depp and Penelope Cruz? I've heard of it, but I never got the opportunity to watch it. But I know about Blow. He played a drug dealer, and Pee Wee Paul played one of his suppliers. Brian Tyler Cohen, our liberal media is just as aggressive as Republicans, but they rather stay independent. They admit that if they had sponsors, they could get a bigger push. Well, yeah, that's another thing too, is that people have to realize the reason why Republicans are thriving like a well, they go with the grift, like that one that likes to assimilate to whiteness, Candace Owens, or what's the one that sounded like a bitch when he opened his mouth, Ben Shapiro, and I just seen him not too long ago at my job, Joe Rogan. The reason why they go over there with that whole situation, there's more money in being, there's more Republican money than there is Democratic in regards of pushing the stuff out there. There are progressive people, but they don't have the views. The funny thing is Secular Talk, well, it's not really funny, but it's awesome. Secular Talk has like over 1 million subscribers. So Colin's definitely doing his thing over there. I've been seeing so many comments calling Jane Fonda a traitor. Well, first of all, she's not a traitor. She's always been something that has gone against the establishment and is not afraid to speak out. She's been doing that since the Vietnam War. So people can eat a bag of dicks when they're trying to come from Jane Fonda, and they would rather not sell out and be told they can't cuss. You mean like me? Because all I do is cuss on this damn show. But I think my show, the channel does suffer because of it, which is why I have to work a lot harder trying to push this damn show out. So they said the Vanguard knows they could be bigger, but corporate sponsors will say what you can and can't do. Mm-hmm. Young Turks is corporate independent media. Well, look, at the end of the day, Jank, wide back ass, got a lot of mouths to feed. That's why he keeps flip flopping with a lot of stuff he does. Nobody told you to hire 70 plus people over there at your network. You could have just had you a couple of talking heads, 1 or 2 producers, and call it a day. But whatever. Well, it's been going that way for a long time. A lot of people say, well, look, them people need to leave Aunt Patty alone. She ain't out him. She just you asked her a question, she answered it. That's the way I see it. All right, y'all. So let's move on. Let's talk about Drake, who is this. Oh God, I'm so over him in this damn situation in regards to this case with Not Like Us. I just wish he would just drop it, let it go, but whatever, we're still here with the foolishness. So Universal Music Group attorney says that Drake has made changes in his defamation lawsuit against him over their handling of Kendrick Lamar's diss track. Now, in a letter to the court filed on Friday, which will be February 21st, UMG lawyer Roland A. Ransom, is that your real name, Roland A. Ransom? Because I'm like, that cannot be a real name, but whatever, we'll go along with it. Asked for a pre-trial conference currently scheduled for April 2nd to be delayed so that the court would have time to consider Universal's motion to dismiss the case entirely, which the company has to file on or before March 17th. Now, while discussing that, Ransom notes that Ransom notes. Now I was like, wait, did I read that wrong? They're saying Ransom notes, not ransom notes. Yo, I'm casually reading this article, by the way, notes that the specifics of the case itself are in flux. Saying pursuant to separate correspondence, plaintiff has agreed to withdraw certain key allegations in his complaint. Ransom's letter does not give any details about what those certain key allegations are. Now, Drizzy filed his complaint last month in New York federal court, accusing the music giant, the parent company of his and Kendrick's respective record labels, of defamation and harassment. Now, in the suit, which has been viewed by Hip Hop DX, who I got the story from, by the way, the Toronto rap star condemns UMG for having approved, published, and launched a campaign to create a viral hit out of a rap track that falsely accuses Drake of being a PDF file and calls for violent retribution against him. He repeats previous claims that the company used unlawful methods to turn Not Like Us into a global hit, including secretly paying the fake streams and radio play. Saying the motive for this, he says, was financial. Not only would the song generate massive amounts of money through streams and sales, but UMG knew its dangerous content would devalue Drake's music and brand and give them an advantage, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I'm tired of reading about this foolishness. Now, what I don't understand from Drake, I don't understand how you go out and poke the bear and say all the things that you said, and now you got mollywop because a Pulitzer Prize winning poet / rapper dragged your ass down to the floor because you were kind of like Katy Perry, as somebody said earlier in the situation. Like you're comfort food. You're like a Scooby snack or whatever. You're not, like, in my opinion, a versatile rapper. You make good bops and hits for the international masses. Kendrick makes the bops, but he also is a conscious rapper. So he's a deep thinker. He's somebody who is, and those are the type of artists I like. I like my entertainment, but I also like my deep thinkers because I'm a deep thinker myself. I would like to think I am based off of the stuff I be saying on this show, because I can't stand a stupid person. Or I should say, as Wendy Williams would say, less than smart. But in this whole situation, I look at him as, damn, I forgot. There was a Wendy Williams story that came out, and I forgot to work on that. I have to give y'all that on the next show. It just reminded me. I was like, wait, there was another topic I was supposed to do. But anyway, back to Kendrick. So with this whole situation, I just don't understand. Like, you can't poke the bear and then tell the bear how mad to get. Also, if you're about being a real hip hop artist, hip hop is not just about, okay, I just want to give y'all a bunch of hits and just the roar of the crowd or whatever. Battle rap is essentially a part of hip hop culture. So if you're going to get into a situation with a fellow rapper and you want to battle them like you're the greatest rapper alive, and then you get spanked on the court, kind of like, yeah, I'm about to use a sports reference, kind of like St. John's did to UConn yesterday. College basketball talk. So kind of like, yeah, what that happened. And then the prior where Duke did it to Illinois. That's a spanking when you talk about, like, when it comes to sports. But in this situation, you got mollywop multiple times. And now you want to sit out here like a damn Karen. What would we call a male Karen? A Tyler? A Chad? A Blaren? Because you're half black. So I can't call you a black Karen because you're not full black. You a half breed. That's all I ever heard. Like, look, I can say it. I'm a mixed race too. So hold on to your damn pitchforks. Well, I throw that out there. But in regards to this whole situation, I just feel like, yeah, now you out here complaining, you making legal situations, you looking even more like the fool. I'm sure there's many people in the mainstream world that don't care that you're pulling this. But for those who are the hip hop purists, they're looking at you side eye like you are not taken seriously as a rapper. So you can talk about how many Grammys you won, you can talk about how many millions of dollars you got in the bank. But I feel like at this point, Drake, with you still doing this, you will never be fully respected as one of the greatest of all time, as you like to call yourself in the industry. You're gonna be you're looked at as a straight up clown and a loser. So I just don't understand why this thing is still going on. Like, I understand you making the shifts and all the other stuff, but whatever. But you saying that he said that this pattern of violence and vitriol has left him fearing for the safety and security of himself, his family, and his friends. Now, if I were to roll my eyes any harder at that sentence, my eyes would be stuck up, and I'll be able to, at the top of my head, I'll be able to see what my damn brains look like. So I'm not buying this. Now, you worry about the fear of the safety. All that money you got, you can afford a security guard to protect yourself and your family and friends. And I don't even think it's that bad where people in the industry are hip hop purists who are anti-Drake and team Kendrick are literally out here threatening you and your family. Because I said, like, those people who's dropping these comments or whatever, like throwing shade at you on social media, trolling you and all the other stuff, that's the Matrix. This ain't the real world. Until we hear a situation where you walking down the street and somebody actually ran up and pulled up and ran up on you or try to pow you while you walking your son Adonis to school, then stop with the melodrama. Because I'm not buying this. But you literally trying to pull whatever little stunt that you possibly can. So let's pull up Kendrick winning his Grammy off of that song. It's you just like trying to pull whatever stunt you can and try to get any kind of money out of this, because I'm sitting there like you sitting there talking about that UMG knew they were going to make a whole lot of money. Nobody knows if a song is going to hit it out of the park or whatever the case is. Music industry, all of this is a gamble. Anytime a thing you put out in the world, whether it's music, movie, whatever, a TV show, whatever the case is, it's a gamble. There's no guarantee something's going to make money. But just like I said, you talking about that they're trying to make money off of this, you're going to expose yourself too, because some people believe that in regards to a lot of your music, when it came to Spotify and all these other places, that you were using a lot of tactics, especially behind the scenes when you was pulling little stunts and shows going after your ops. And other ways you were trying to push your music out there, that you were using a lot of tactics that UMG was using to help your music get pushed out, to go and belittle other people while your music was pushed out into the spotlight. So a lot of payola, pay to play, whatever you want to call it. So if we're going to sit about here and talk and tell it, you need to tell it all, sir. So I'll say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story and the latest regarding Drake and this allegations? I got a headache, child. Can y'all just make this thing, just hurry up and give us a verdict? I just don't think Drake has a rat's chance in hell of winning anything out of this. But we'll continue to talk about it as more stuff continues to develop from this case. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay. Congrats on your #1 album. Let's see the second week now that people admit it's shit. Wait, what? They came out, a deluxe dropped already? I'm like, what? Really? I mean, I was going to talk about Tate McRae, but I was just like, I'll probably save that for another episode, because I was like, it's way too much stuff we got to talk about. It wasn't fitting within the list of topics. I mean, because, it's like a puzzle trying to put a show together and have a flow a certain way. So I was like, next time I'll just bring it up. You said a Chad. It was Kyle, but I said, I don't know Kyle's. Why do you think in Scream 6, Ethan was happy to kill a Chad named Chad? Only for it to be revealed Ethan was a Chad. I always wanted to put something in you, Tara. Oh, yeah, there was that line. Drake is a stunt queen. He damn sure is. I mean, although I wouldn't mind, let me not. I wouldn't mind hitting that, though. It's you think Gaga will get accused of stealing ballroom culture? Well, look. You mean like Madonna? That story is coming up, so we'll see when we get to that topic. But anyway, okay, so let's get into this Jay-Z story, because we got two little things that's going on, especially when it comes to court. There's rumors going on. One of them saying that, after Jay-Z and the stuff between him and allegedly hunching without their consent an underage child at an after party for the VMAs, and that charge was dropped and everything. Now they're saying that Tony Buzbee has been barred from practicing law in New York City. So after Tony Buzbee and his client dropped an SA lawsuit against Jay-Z and Diddy, it seems like he will face more consequences. Now, according to Lauren LaRosa, a former senior news producer at TMZ. Wait a minute, does Lauren LaRosa, is she the one that work over there at The Breakfast Club? Because that's why I'm thinking, like, that name sounds familiar. I think that's her name. I could be wrong, but if I am, let me know in the comments, because I know that Lauren LaRosa name. So there's a former senior news producer at TMZ. The lawyer can no longer practice law in the Southern District of New York. This includes New York, Bronx, Westchester, Rockland, Putnam, Orange, Dutchess, and Sullivan State County. Not y'all name all the damn counties in New York, by the way, including the 5 boroughs of New York City. Now, Buzbee filed over a dozen other individual cases against the bad boy Mogul, in particular in New York City, alleging various forms of misconduct on behalf of his clients. So now, per this update from Lauren LaRosa, Tony Buzbee can no longer litigate cases. Now, LaRosa reports that the Committee of Grievances for the Southern District of New York made this decision following investigations into alleged attorney misconduct. She clarified that he failed to apply for admission to practice in the district. Now, Buzbee reportedly filed one request to do so on January 29th of this year, but only because the Jay-Z and Diddy SA lawsuit accused him of this negligence. Following this recent request, the committee denied his application for practice. So yeah, I do have that tweet though. I said, let me pull that up for y'all. So yeah, this is where it says Brown Girl Blind. I do think that she is on the Breakfast Club, because it says that she's a media personality. But anyway, let me go back to the original post and just leave it there. So and then they also said, furthermore, this reportedly means that Tony Buzbee must include this letter denying his admission every time he applies to practice in the Southern District of New York. And as such, at press time, it's unknown what will happen with the other civil cases he filed against Sean Combs on behalf of accusers. Because this is what's got me wondering too, like, what's going to happen with a lot of the cases? Because he did like over 100 violations towards people who said that they've been essayed and abused or whatever and trafficked by the diddler. And the Diddy's already trying to pull stunts and shows, talking about again, he wants to get the search warrants or the search saying, saying it goes against his American rights. Because, when they did the search warrants on his mansions, saying it was unjust. I'm like, did they not show up with a search warrant when they went up in there? Or they just do like Biggie Smalls and kick in the door, wave in the 4-4? Did they do that? Put me on. So they said one of Diddy's lawyers withdrew from his federal trial. We talked about that the other day. So Diddy really, another one out here trying to grasp at straws. I don't see it happening. You're not getting out of jail. And all these little stunts and shows you're trying to pull I wonder how long it's going to take before, you're just gonna have to give it up, sir, because it's not working. And he also said that folks will probably wonder whether or not dropping the Hov and Diddy SA lawsuit had anything to do with Tony Buzbee's inability to practice law in New York City. Jay-Z accused him of blackmail and launch other legal moves. So that could be that he got some good attorneys. With all the money him and Beyoncé accumulating, of course, he's gonna have the best of the best on his team. So maybe he had heard a little bird on the situation, was like, well, you can't really practice in New York because you didn't refile to be able to practice law, because I believe Tony lives in Florida or something or another. So how you trying to pull a case or something and file something in New York? You're not even here, and you haven't even re-upped your license. So that's probably the win for Jay-Z, rather than, now, did he actually do it or didn't he do it? But because Tony Buzbee could no longer represent because of this whole situation, that might have been the loophole. That's why I said our legal system is a mess. The little loopholes that seems to be going around, and people can find ways to slither in and around, it's baffling to me. But so I say all this to say that's the latest. Oh, and then also, there was another story that came out. So, and Tony Buzbee basically said that he's denying it. He basically said that these people accusing him of not being able to practice law in New York is not true. So I don't know. It's his word against, theirs or whatever. But I would think that they would know what they're talking about at TMZ, because TMZ, they got a lot of lawyers that work with it, including Harvey Levin. But then again, look, they're not always going to get everything correct. Because remember, the other day they did say that Kanye was getting a divorce from his mail order whore of a wife, and they still together. It seems like every couple of months they want to come out with that line. We don't care about that old Nazi apologist. So whatever. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards of Tony Buzbee being barred from practicing law in New York? Whatever your thought, and what does this mean for the other cases that he has cooking up against the diddler? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, you said Gaga already said she took from ballroom culture, and I ride for Gaga. Without Madonna, there would be a Gaga, and vice versa with Madonna too. Well, I wouldn't say that without Gaga there would be no Madonna, because Madonna's had a 40+ year career. However, there are other artists that Madonna has taken inspiration from and different things, and we all do it. And she's gladly admitted it. Gaga likes to go on this, throw the rock and hide her hand situation. And then I feel like the monsters play into it. The Madonna fans play into it. Well, I feel like there's room for everybody. I like the music. I like Gaga's music. I like Madonna's music. But sometimes when it comes to these little stunts and shows, I got to call it out on both sides. Just like y'all know, I call out Madonna when she be doing her Madoodoo stuff. And those of y'all who know the tea about Madonna and the Madoodoo thing, shout out to Kevin Albiance, because that's where I learned that from, by the way. And their days of being with Junior Vasquez. I'll go on Gaga and some of the people I know that be telling me tea about how she got her start in the business. But it's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day, and it might be coming up drastically, in passing when I get to that topic later on. So, but who hasn't taken for ballroom? It seems like everybody's taking for ballroom except the gays. The gay artists who be giving their props to ballroom. Except I will say this, shout out to Duran Bernard, because his last record that came out of, he was paying huge homage to ballroom. And there's a lot of girls out here that still pay homage to the ballroom culture. And it seems like that seems to be the ongoing trendy thing to do when it comes to the straight pop stars. But don't water it down, though. Okay, so where we going? Oh, so Okay, now since we're addressing rumors, let's address this one. So there was a rumor that was floating around all over social media that apparently Jay-Z and Beyonce are suing A$AP Rocky and Rihanna. I don't know what the hell for, but I even saw a screenshot. I was like, there was literally a whole litigation situation. I think I might actually have it. Hold on, let me see if I still got it in my phone. I probably deleted it, of course, because I was like, oh, I don't need it. When I should be listening to my gut and being like, you know what? Don't delete it because you're going to need it. But let me check and see my list of deletions and see if I still have it. All right. Oh yeah, I found it. So I don't know. It's hard to read it because it's so damn small. But it says something like, yeah, Carter versus A$AP Rocky, docket 325, blah blah blah. And it said hearing set for 3/8/2025, 12 a.m. in STT courtroom, one before Chief Judge Robert A. Malloy. So where they get this whole information of names? And then it was another one. So that's the Carter versus A$AP Rocky, and then Knowles Carter versus Fenty. They were saying, Virgin Islands District, February 22nd, 2025, docket 325, CV 04000, and since another two order GAT, granting one motion to seal in case, granting motion to seal case. This is a text entry. Then it says another one motion to seal by plaintiff Beyonce, Giselle Knowles Carter, not the whole government, associated cases. And then another one, forfeiture hearing set for 3/8/2025, 12 a.m. before Chief Judge Robert A. Malloy. So it's the same thing. So I don't even know what this means. And I think that's where it all started. Now, of course, Rock Nation wound up getting into, they decided to enter the chat and they basically said, this is BS. So let's get into that story. So now Rock Nation is shutting down a viral rumor that suggests Jay-Z and Beyonce are preparing to face off against A$AP Rocky and Rihanna in court. Now these claims, which originated from social media discussions and unverified online sources, have been officially denied by Rock Nation, the entertainment company founded by Jay-Z. Saying Rock Nation addressed the rumors directly saying, don't be dumb. I was like, it's like, that's the best y'all come up with. Y'all wrote a whole citation, a thesis, going after Tony Buzbee, but you hit us with don't be dumb. And so the company clarified that no such legal filings exist and urged the public to disregard unfounded reports circulating online. Now, the rumors appear to have stemmed from misinterpretation of online discussions and unverified claims, including a Reddit post that mentioned supposed lawsuits filed by the Carters against Rihanna and A$AP Rocky. However, no credible legal documents or official statements support these assertions, which that thing I read, y'all, somebody could have just easily cooked that up and put their names up in there, even down to the judge residing over the case. Now, Roc Nation, established by Jay-Z in 2008, serves as a multifaceted entertainment company with ventures spanning talent management, music publishing, and sports. The company maintains a professional relationship with various artists, including Rihanna, who has been associated with Roc Nation for management and distribution. Oh my God, there was another one that, oh wait, let me, so yeah, this is the thing here. Oh my God, I totally forgot to bring up the Rihanna story. I'm probably going to have to save that for the next time too, because yeah, Rihanna's someone that she cracked the code for her new album. So we finally getting R9. So yeah, so basically they say, well look, so they basically say it's not true. You can't believe everything you read on the internet. Just because it's on Reddit and all these other places does not make it so, unless you're doing like some online discourse and there's like a genuine question that sparks a debate. Then it's like, I understand what that is. But if this is not something that has come from a reputable source, like a Variety, a Deadline, a Hollywood Reporter, or even like the major hip hop trades, if like the major industry trades, the TMZs, or even like, the Jasmine brand or I was going to say the Neighborhood Tour, the the neighborhood talk reports every goddamn thing under the sun. It's like, okay, at some point, y'all doing this for the algorithm? Because y'all just be reporting on stuff. I'm like, this ain't even news. Like, y'all just literally trying to do stuff to feed the algorithm and have my blood pressure go through the damn roof. So if it's not from like any reputable sources, like maybe I guess, because I'm trying to think, what would be the reputable sources in hip hop spaces? I guess if it was The Source or Vibe Magazine or even Hip Hop DX or any of those type of situations, or even a Jasmine brand, because the Jasmine brand I know does stuff with Angela Yee. If you're not hearing it from like a reputable source and not just somebody with just some random website, then take it with a grain of salt. If it's not vetted by reputable sources, take it with a grain of salt. If you haven't heard it, like I said, from the majors, then just take it as simply rumor. And there's no actual proof that this is actually a fact. So if they saying it's a bunch of BS and don't be dumb and don't be out here just believing every damn thing somebody tells you, then don't believe it. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards to this rumor that was going around that Jay and Bay are trying to sue or take Riri and ASAP to court? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. You say you think they're suing Rihanna over not delivering albums in a timely manner. Well, look, she released 8 albums in 8 years. She worked for a decade back to back, giving music, touring, doing what needed to be done in regards to the record label. After Anti, and she felt like that, and she also said Anti is the only album she could listen to. And I know everybody has their favorites. They love Loud. They love, all the other eras of records they've done. She's done Good Girl Gone Bad, and the girl has given us a plethora of hits and has dipped her toe in so many different genres. She is a chameleon as far as, in regards of her artistry and creativity. But I could totally understand, like, after that, I'm burned out. I want to start a family. I want to do other things. I want to have kids. My world revolves around them. I'm in the studio. I'm trying to make music. I'm getting inspired and I'm not feeling the inspiration. People trying to tell me what type of music I should make. Oh, you should make a dancehall record. Oh, you should make a reggae record. Okay. And I'm doing that and I'm not feeling it. And when you get to a certain point in your life, and Rihanna's in her mid-30s, so she's already lived like she lived 1,000 lives, but also because she's been in the industry so long and had to grow up so fast, she's living like an old lady mentally. So she's at the point in her life where it's like, if it don't feel true to me, I'm not going to do it. And I totally respect that. So if it takes me a decade to feel it in regards to putting me in, I got to channel Sade and give you all one album every decade, then I'm going to do that. And people shouldn't, if people are going to get mad over it because I'm not turning out what you want when you want it, then you have her old shit to listen to. So, from one courtroom to another, damn. Okay, but look, the last one, that wasn't even his fault. That ASAP Relly tried to extort him for money. So that's why ASAP got off. They heard that recording in the courtroom, and it was a rap on him. So okay, so now where we going? Okay, let's talk about Irv Gotti and the importance of going to your doctor and making sure your health is under control. So, we heard Irv Gotti passed away at the age of 54, and they recently had his funeral. So, like, Jay-Z was there. Ja Rule got a bit choked up. I believe Ashanti was there. The whole Murder Inc. family and a lot of people in the industry, 50 wasn't there, and I'm glad he wasn't because they probably would have beat the shit out of him if he walked in the room. But anyway, so if he didn't have all the security surrounding him, because, he liked to talk a lot, but I don't think he could fight. But anyway, so in regards to the whole situation with Irv Gotti, his brother Chris recently did a podcast. I believe that, I don't know if it's a podcast that Dame Dash is a part of, or he happened to be on the podcast, but he did this podcast called the Two-Way Podcast. And Chris Gotti is the older brother of Irv and revealed that Irv died as a result of a massive hemorrhagic stroke, ending the Queens, New York native's bout with diabetes. Now, according to Chris, Irv, who passed away on February 5th, was defiant in his response to his diabetes diagnosis as he continued to indulge in unhealthy meals despite his deteriorating condition. This included Chinese food, which made me feel all kinds of bad because I had Chinese food last night. But if you don't eat it all the time, then you good. Which Chris said is the last meal his brother ate prior to his death. So we all have to go at one point in time. We just really want to go on our own terms. This is, and Irv, sadly enough, he did go on his terms. He just didn't believe it, and he was like, I'm going to go the way I want it. He ate a bunch of Chinese food while playing poker and had a massive hemorrhagic stroke, which is bleeding on the brain. Now, Chris Gotti also shared that Irv, who was 54 at the time of his death, wasn't diagnosed with diabetes until his late 40s, admitting that his brother wasn't properly monitoring his health, saying Irv doesn't go to the doctor, so that's why he's so late being diagnosed. And when he finally did go get a real physical and a checkup, they were like, you're diabetic. And he didn't believe it. The 58-year-old also said that he witnessed his brother suffer for the last 3 years of his life as a result of poor health, providing further insight into the seriousness of Gotti's medical complications. Largely remembered for the founding of Murder Inc. Records, one of the premier hip-hop labels of the late 90s and 2000s, and helping launch the careers of multiple hitmakers, Gotti was laid to rest following a funeral in his hometown. The homegoing service was attended by a list of his former collaborators, including Jay-Z, Ja Rule, Ashanti, and more. So, yeah, there's that. And that's why, you know, at the end of the day, it is vitally important that you go out and you get a checkup and you take care of your health and all this other stuff. I know a lot of men don't like going to the doctor. I am definitely one of them. I hate going to the doctor, but it's essential. You have to. If you want to be able to live a long life, get your yearly checkup, which I am due for, by the way. And you know, when you get to that certain age, like 45, I know men don't like things up they behind, but if you want to live a long life, you need to get that prostate checked. Prostate cancer is no joke. Cancer is no joke. So these men begin to get past that stigma of pride or whatever the case is, because pride ain't gonna keep your ass alive. So I implore you, yes, it is definitely important, especially if you're a man of color. If you're a black man in America, go get your checkups, go get everything checked. Your eyeballs down to your asshole. Go out and get it checked, because if you want to live long, like I said, you want to go and you want to get checked. And of course, when it comes down to diabetes, like, yeah, you have to make drastic changes. There's certain things you can no longer eat because of, you know, the high amounts of sugar. It's like with me and my family on both sides, high blood pressure. So I have to be very conscious on the intake of salt and things when I eat it. So I have, in a lot of ways, taken precautions in regards of, you know, what I eat. Also, I'm very much prominent in my diet and exercise. I go to the gym 3 times a week, trying to push for 4 if I have the energy to do so. But for the most part, it's like, yes, definitely take care of yourself, because the older you get, the more you have to worry about your health and all other stuff, and that's important. So it's unfortunate we had to lose Irv Gotti under these circumstances. But I do feel like that this is a tale that I'm glad that his brother told in this podcast. And hopefully a lot of people out there are listening, because unfortunately it takes celebrities or celebrity adjacent people talking about things that could be all relatable to us in order for y'all to all of a sudden get up and go and get y'all behinds to the doctor and getting checked. So I say all this to say shout out to you, Chris Gotti, for speaking on this. And I hope that a lot of men will actually take this into consideration and take better care of themselves, especially watching what you eat and getting those yearly checkups or annual checkups, because annual means yearly, and doing better by your health. So I definitely want to hear from you guys in regards to this story. So let me know what your thoughts are in the comments down below. Okay, so now, yeah, we need male doctors. I know there was a point where we had them, but due to it being considered gay or feminine, they stopped because toxic masculinity. Aren't there men doctors out there? I mean, well, my doctor is actually a woman, Miss Fernandez. Dr. Fernandez. Sorry, shout out, not Miss Doctor. She worked hard for that doctorate, for that degree. So, so I'm like, shout out to her, Vanessa, by the way. Um, but yeah, I've always, and funny enough, I've always had like women doctors, and I think that some people just don't feel comfortable in that way, where it's like with male doctors. And yeah, I feel like even with gay men, there are the gay doctors out there. If you feel comfortable enough with that, you need to search for that doctor that fits your needs. Some people just go with whatever doctor they give them. But if you're not comfortable, try to find that doctor that will help you in whatever it is that you need. Okay. All right. So where we going? Okay. So now we have some um I was gonna say, what kind of news? Reality TV news. Let's get into Porsha, because apparently her husband's been detained by ICE. Well, did they officially get divorced, or are they still married like Kim and Croy? So yeah, come to find out, this man who snuck back into the country, by the way, after he was deported before a couple of years ago, he got detained by ICE. You know, Trump going after everybody. Thank God I'm an American citizen. I got to deal with this foolishness. We got other things we got to worry about. But my heart goes out to all you immigrants out there that's dealing with a lot of this mess. So apparently life comes at you fast because, excuse me, earlier this month, Simon Guobadia was ranting on Instagram about Porsha Williams promising to expose her as a real fraudster of the Real Housewives of Atlanta. But this week, it looked like he's sitting in a detention center after being taken into custody by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, better known as ICE. So the Nigerian-born businessman is being held at Stewart Detention Center in Lumpkin, Georgia, according to U.S. Department of Homeland Security's records obtained by Us Weekly. So the Real Housewives of Atlanta star, who's 43, seemingly responded to the news of Guobadia's detainment on her Instagram on Friday, calling the situation disheartening amid her contentious divorce. Well, you know they're going to act when Atlanta Housewives actually premieres, I think next month. Oh, you know they're going to ask her that down the road at the reunion. So she said, it's disheartening to see my estranged husband make choices that have led to this outcome. At this moment, my priority is moving forward with my family, she wrote. Thank God you ain't had no kids with him. Now, Guobadia was taken into ICE custody amid President Trump's mass deportation plan, which he signed into effect with several executive orders last month as he returned to the Oval Office for his second term. Because you know he loves stroking that pen. The 60-year-old migrated from Nigeria to the United States in 1982 and allegedly overstayed his welcome and visa. He was declared deportable in 1985 per Atlanta's WSB TV2. And then I think he slipped back in, as I should say, by the way, a lot of immigrants do when they get deported. They find ways to get back in this country. So all this other stuff that y'all talking about, it's all performative in regards of our government. So then they said Guobadia was arrested in 1987 for bank and credit card fraud. Now, after he was later arrested 2 additional times, he was deported to Nigeria in 1992. However, he was able to return a month later. See? Then in 2016, the reality TV star applied for citizenship. However, he was denied by the U.S. government because his previous status was unlawfully granted. Now, Guobadia has filed several complaints and appeals in attempts to be declared a neutralized citizen, though his efforts have not been successful. Yeah, because the many stunts and shows you pulled getting in and out of this damn country, especially when you was doing the bank and credit card fraud, which I don't want to get into those stereotypes, but how come every time, but how many times have we had conversations or the stereotype overall about Nigerian people is always they're attached to credit card fraud or some type of white collar crime? If there was no truth in that story, I'm not saying all Nigerians are that way. I'm just saying that that is always the top thing that comes to people's head when it comes to when you equate Nigerians, they be up to some credit card fraud. I literally just got a text earlier, something about this new scam that they going after in regards of lack of toll payments. And they want you to send the money because you ain't paying the tolls in your car. Now, mind you, I don't drive in New York. I don't drive. So what toll payments? You don't need to drive if you're in New York because we have public transportation. Albeit our transportation is shitty, but still, who needs to drive around New York? I mean, unless you're on the outskirts of the 5 boroughs, I could totally understand you needing a car, but you don't need a car to get around New York. So I was like, okay, the scam is scamming, and I just deleted it. So then they said Williams and Guobadia then tied the knot in November 2022 with 2 lavish ceremonies. Now, in February of last year, Williams filed a divorce with Guobadia after just 1-year marriage. Well, I don't even think they're fully finalized the divorce, but girl, you better hope you get that before they slither his behind back to Nigeria, or ship his behind back to Nigeria, I should say. But look, sir, you try to do your little pomp and circumstance, your stunting shows, but we under a new regime, and they are not playing when it comes to the way they trying to treat this country and all this other stuff, especially when it come across with immigration and mass deportation. So if you're thinking that you're going to get the proper citizenship, it's not going to happen. But you thought you was going to, and this is another thing that's diabolical too. So you pull all these stunts for decades, and your black ass was on TV. Like nothing happened. Showing off your new teeth, your slim down waist, giving full on TD Jakes swallowed tease aesthetically. And you was over here doing all this fraud and stuff. That's always the thing that baffles me about a lot of y'all that be on that Bravo channel. The amount of stunts and the amount of white collar crimes a lot of y'all get caught up in between him, Apollo, who was on Married to Medicine recently, and all the other mess that y'all be doing down in Atlanta. The scams be scamming. But anyway, so I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards to the latest on Porsha's estranged husband, Simon Guobadia, being detained by good old ICE? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Now, speaking of reality stars and Popo, let's get into this story. So apparently, let's go from Bravo to MTV and talk about Tony Raines from The Challenge getting arrested for drunk driving. Why is it that people over there at The Challenge end up getting caught out there when it comes to y'all don't know how to just drink and party and then call an Uber? So yeah, let's get into Tony. And I was like, shout out to him. Look at that body. Look at that body. Look at that body. But, bless his heart. He's such a ding ding. Because that last season that he was on at The Challenge, the one where it was the 40th season, I cackled with the way he got eliminated, and that was his karma. So anyway, let's get into the story. He got arrested early Sunday, February 23rd, for operating a vehicle while intoxicated, and this is according to TMZ. So Raines was booked on one count of operating a vehicle while intoxicated, one count of reckless operation, and 4 counts of negligent injuring, according to online jail records. Now, although it's unclear what led to police to detain him, TMZ reported that he had attended a wedding the night before in Hammond, Louisiana. The MTV personality, who's 36, went to an after party at a nearby restaurant where he allegedly got into a fight with another man on the dance floor. The unidentified guest reportedly punched Raines, who then stormed out of the celebration and drove away. And that's probably why we see, if you look at him, it looks like he's got a bit of a black eye. I don't know. I'm focused a little too much on the body, yada yada. Let's get to the full on mug shot. So yeah, when you look at the picture, you see he has like there's a little black eye, a little puffiness on the left eye. Then there's a scratch mark on the nose, and there's a scratch mark on the cheek, and you see it here on the side too. And so, also, okay, so now let's continue with the stories because I had to pull out my Wendy Williams wand and point out all the situations. So yeah, they said he got into a fight and they said he was arrested after the incident. So maybe there was a fight that went on. People reported it. Somebody probably saw the license, saw that he was drunk, called it in, and we are where we are. But Tony, you should know better. As somebody who's in his mid-30s, you should not be jumping behind a damn wheel and driving. Because here's the thing. If we're going to go back and talk about previous people that were on the challenge, do we need to bring up Nelson, who was drunk driving? Got into an accident, said some NFL player actually pulled him out of the wreckage where he almost died and had to have his foot amputated. So now he's he's lost one of his feet, or I think he lost a leg. I don't know how much they cut off, but I know he's got a disability now. But I don't know if Nelson will get to a place where you can get one of them prosthetic legs if you want to compete back on the challenge, or even if MTV will invite him back. But this is where we are, and you just got to think right when you get behind these wheels. If y'all know y'all gonna go out to a wedding, whatever, and get drunk, have somebody come pick you up, call an Uber or whatever, and go do what you got to do. Y'all just be out here being messy, and you have I don't know if he's married, but I know he's got daughters. What kind of example are you setting for your children in this whole situation? You should know better. So he was booked at 4 a.m. and released at 8:57 p.m. after posting a $7,500 bond, jail records show. Now he's still waiting to be arraigned. So Page Six also obtained the Real World alum's mugshot, as y'all see, in which he appears glassy-eyed while wearing a white button-up shirt. He has a fresh cut on his cheek in the picture, though it's unclear whether it was from the alleged. It probably was, because it looks like it's relatively a fresh wound. Okay, so now it says Reigns first appeared on MTV in 2014 as a cast member of Real World Skeletons. He then competed on several seasons of the challenge, winning the Champs vs. Stars 2 season in 2018. And then there was like situations where he wanted to be Johnny Bananas so damn bad that he went and did him dirty on the show. And then recently, this past season, as I mentioned casually, but I didn't go further in, he was on Battle of the Eras, which was the 40th season. They already got All Stars coming on MTV because I think Paramount Plus is where they normally put All Stars, but I guess what MTV need ratings, so now they got the show over there for the first time. And I think they're doing Rivals or something or another. But anyway, so in Battle of the Eras, that came out last summer. It wrapped up in January. I still haven't finished the season. I've been binging it and then I get sidetracked with other stuff. But I remember when he was on this season and him and Avery won their challenge. And what it was like they had to choose who they wanted to go in and I guess I'll be up for elimination. Avery refused to pick certain people. Tony was being hell bent on what he wanted. They hit a stalemate. What they found out was if you can't make a choice of who you want to go down and go up against people who was in the bottom, then it's going to be Tony and Avery. And Avery was like, I'm standing 10 toes down in my shit. I'm not going to let you bully me in this situation. And Tony was trying to be big and bad. His situation backfired. He ended up going home and Avery ended up coming back. And I was like, nah, if that ain't karma for that behind, I don't know what that is. And so, Tony be out here trying to play these games, and it's like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and that's where it was. But sir, you should know better. I said, you too damn cute. But then again, we can't sit up in here and act like and good-looking people don't do dumb shit all the damn time. But it's like, get it together, sir. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story regarding Tony from the challenge getting arrested for driving while drunk? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Felix says, I have a friend who's a doctor. He's been a doctor for about 15 years. And he said, Republicans are freaking out. Trump is starting his tariffs 25% in Canada, 50% in Mexico, 500% in China. Let's just say inflation is not coming down. Everything. Of course it is. And they said this was going to happen. And look, he's been beholden to Elon Musk. So he gonna learn. And when the crap hits the fan, what he'll do is, it's Elon's fault. Mm-hmm. And how long people gonna sit here and believe that grift? You say I'll take him over a Butterfinger. Okay. I do like Butterfingers, by the way. So that might be tempting. That might want the Butterfinger over him. But yeah, Tony's a cutie, but Cuba's stupid. Now, speaking of stupid, let's talk about this dumb broad. Let's talk about Dr. Heavenly and her sticking her big old foot in her wide ass mouth yet again for saying something dumb. And this goes to show that just because you have a degree in the medical field, that doesn't make you smart either. So yeah, Miss Kim's, whatever the hell you say her stupid last name, she said something dumb against the gays and is being dragged on social media for it. So Married to Medicine star Dr. Heavenly is receiving a horde of backlash after sticking her foot in her wide mouth yet again. Apparently, while reviewing the latest episode where two of the husbands on the show almost came to blows, she implied that homosexuals aren't real men. So I do have that clip because it's no better to hear it than from her stupid mouth. So we'll play that clip and then we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
What it is. So when you have a conversation with somebody gets upset and it goes to the left, most men, real men, not gay men, not bitch men, you know what I'm saying? The guys that are kind of soft, but real men are going to feel like, you know what I mean? Straight men are going to feel like if you tell my wife to shut the fuck up, I'm going to have a problem with it. I mean, that's just, it is.
So y'all heard that, right? So apparently, not bitch men, not gay men, real men. So apparently, sissies, homosexuals, gays, we're not men. Heterosexuals are men. Because apparently in her world, being a man is equated to your gender identity and your sexual orientation. When how many times we've talked about many so-called straight men out here, these incels that's out here saying all kinds of foolishness and sticking their foot in their mouth. So she has since apologized. However, people dragged her on social media, and rightfully so, over some of what she said, and said that, you know what you said was woefully woefully ignorant. We were talking about immigrants earlier in the show, and I still got it on my brain. So look at Dustin, who I actually took this, this clip because he responded to it in the comments, said this: "Are you crazy at Dr. Heavenly? Clean this up. All the gay people I know, including me," and he put including me in caps, "will whoop any ninja ass on your show." And let me tell you, because sis, I don't know, maybe the sissies and punks you hanging out with in Atlanta may be fitting that mold and that profile of what you talking about. But come to New York City, I can point to you many homosexuals, including myself, that'll whoop that ass. We don't play when it comes to that. Like maybe you hanging out with a bunch of purse holding, Louis Vuitton fake shoe wearing sissies, but the ones in New York, us butch queens, we don't play that. So you need to get yourself a little educated and think, just because these arrogants be out here doing your hair and makeup, and those are the ones you probably hanging out with, you thinking that us homosexuals won't come throw them bows. I don't know which ones you hanging out with, but you clearly ain't been around enough homos for you to even be trying to say all of that. So she did apologize, and she said, after Jerome Trammell said the following: "My initial response was to call her, but it's not always our responsibility to show grace and educate privately when it comes to public disrespect. Even our faves can make mistakes and need to be corrected." Well, she ain't my damn favorite. I ain't never liked Heavenly. I always thought Heavenly talked too damn much. She always got something to say. She always putting asserting herself in things that ain't got nothing to do with her. I understand she make for good TV. I get that she's entertaining. I get that she checks all the boxes where y'all like a good villain or anti-hero, whatever the hell you want to call it. But I always thought there was some sinister motive behind her. Like there's always been points of she got that face that make you want to slap her in the next week. And not only that, but y'all was shady too for this. There was a lot of people that was throwing strays at her son in regards to the shade and going at her. Because they were saying, like, sis, how you out here saying this, but your son is a whole homo, allegedly. I don't know if her son's out the closet. I don't know if he's come out and officially said that he like a little peen in his behind, in between his legs and in his mouth. I don't know if he ever said any of that, but that's what the people saying. And you know them girls down in Atlanta, y'all be talking. So she went and said, "I'm with you. I apologize. It was an ignorant statement. I'm a grown A woman. I can admit when I'm wrong. I didn't mean it that way." Well, I don't know if that's necessarily an apology. And they said that apology came out after a couple of hours after she said what she said. But it's like, ma'am, you've been around the world and I long enough to know that if you say some mess like this, it's going to spark some backlash. And how you saying this when you got a whole homosexual as your boss over there at Bravo? Hey, Andy. I wonder what he got to say about this. I mean, I know the Married in Medicine reunion was already filmed. We talked about it on the show. They shot that in New York, I think like 2 weeks ago. So they can't go in on her with that. And I know even before she said this, there have been people that have been wanting Dr. Heavenly gone for the longest. A lot of people don't like her. So this is more ammunition for them to be like, okay, Bravo, y'all need to get rid of her because she's doing too much. Now let's read what some of the other people saying, because we love the opinions of others on the show. However, factual, shady, whatever way you want to spin it. One person said, "You too old and too accomplished to make these kind of ignorant ass mistakes. You meant this." Another person said, "Dr. Heavenly, you don't need to apologize. You said what you said, and that's it. I was not offended, and majority of gay men aren't either. Just the sensitive sissy ones." Well, I'm sorry, whoever the fuck you are, but you don't get to speak for everybody and say you was not offended and majority of gay men aren't either. Speak for yourself. And this is what I tell people: you weren't offended, then you don't be offended. But don't say I wasn't offended and the majority of gay people aren't either. Especially when she said real men, not gay men, or cis or whatever the hell she said. What she said? Let's go back to that clip.
But it is. So when you have a conversation with somebody, if somebody gets upset and it goes to the left, most men, real men, not gay men, not bitch men, you know what I'm saying? The guys that is kind of soft, but real.
So we refer to as soft bitches and not real men. Okay. And if her son is, in fact, a homosexual and hasn't come out of the closet to her, I could totally see why he hasn't. Look how she talked. He probably heard some things that she has said behind the scenes when she's not on camera about the gays. When she in the comfort of her home and them cameras in the room and makeup and hair people ain't in there to get her together. So I could definitely see how she could. And you want to know something else before I get to the rest of these comments? I'm definitely curious. And you know, all eyes gonna be on his show in 20 minutes. I definitely want to hear what Funky Dineva got to say about this. Cause ain't that your girl? And you know, I live for you, Funky, but I'm just asking. What he got to say about this? You know, all eyes gonna be on his show when I come on. Cause I know a lot of people have been hitting him up in regards of what she said. Also, Carlos King, where you at? T.S. Madison, you know I live for you, girl. That's your girl too. So I wonder what the gay is going to say. And I do agree with that. Why do we always have to be the one that hits somebody up when they say something stupid about our community? I'm not going to keep educating y'all. Y'all should know better. You grown. Google is your friend. Diversify your portfolio. I'm not going to sit up here and constantly try to educate y'all every time you say something stupid. I'm going to just say it here. I ain't got time to hit people up. Go argue with your mammy. So now another person said, you got to think about why you associate bitch, soft, and gay and not being a real man, and why you think a straight man is a real man. Gay men are real men. They go a little deeper into the association gay and bitch with being weaker, and then why you think femininity is weak. And you're supposed to be a whole bitch your damn self. You got titties in a pussy. So you trying to say women are weak? That if you saw, like, whatever the case, like, you a whole fucking woman. So you sitting there equating gay men with being weak. What do you associate your own gender? If you're trying to associate effeminate men with that, women are supposed to be soft, pink, and feminine, right? So you calling yourself a bitch? Well, there ain't nothing soft and pink about her, based off of her energy and the way she be running that damn. I don't get soft from her, and pink, and feminine. So maybe that's what that is. But that is a good question to ask. Another person said, yo, stupid ass, always apologizing. You too okay with making mistakes and being ignorant because you know kind people will accept an apology and excuse your dark spirit for what it really is, a dark spirit. Another person said, question, how does your son feel about your comment when he is gay? Child. Now, that's why I said I don't watch Married to Medicine like that. So did her son come out of the closet? Is this a conversation that has been spoken about on the show? Another person said it's more straight bitch ass men than gay ones. Look at all the men who aren't helping raising their kids or sorry and don't want to work. Until you become a man, stick to what you know best, beloved. Yo, I love when my black women go there with that. When they always say, whenever they throw beloved in a sentence, child, that was a Reid of all Reid. It's like, bless your heart. Yeah, okay, beloved. So I always love when when black women use that word, or people in general. My friend Steven uses beloved a lot too. So they said it's time to stop screaming in front of your computer. You so hell bent on talking ish about Greg 24/7, even after your husband told you to stop. You got a weird fixation on clowning the other husband. Sure do. As long as stuff that is about her is not, brought up in the conversation, because that's what Dr. Heavenly do. She get in everybody's business so that way you're not focused on what she's doing. Let's read a couple of these and then we can be done with this story. So another person said she meant what she said. It would make more sense to just apologize and acknowledge working towards being a better in the future and leave it there. Another person said you did mean it that way. Accountability is being honest. You meant it that way, and that is what requires an apology. Don't give this shallow apology and do it again. And she does have a habit of doing that. She will stick her foot in her mouth every season and say something stupid and then get mollywopped over it and then apologize and then go back and do it again. Insanity, the definition is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Last but not least, another person said, yeah, girl, you ain't sorry with your fake ass apology. So Black Twitter is going in on her. And with her saying, like, this whole thing about, like, gay men don't defend women or whatever the case is, because I think that's what she followed that up with. I don't know what sissies and punks you hanging out with, but I know the girls do defend a lot of women. But then if gays step out of line, if they do something not to your liking, we all kinds of sissies, punks, and faggots. Because y'all quick to run with that. So I ain't never like her geriatric messy ass. But like I said before, I guess because she brings the ratings to that low tier reality show, and she's always running her damn mouth and all that other stuff, everything she says and does is excusable. We'll see if this outcome, what it does to her and this show, what the future holds in regards to all of this. Like, will she still have a job next season when they start re-upping them contracts over at Bravo? Well, only time will tell. And so I want to hear from you all. What do you think of this story regarding Dr. Heavenly yet again sticking her wide mouth? Girl, you need to just stick to the rivers and lakes you used to, which is making chiclet size, teeth for people's mouth, and just stick to being a dentist and do that. Stop trying to run over here and associating and things when you constantly sticking your foot in my, because a lot of y'all want to be Wendy Williams so damn bad with the running in the mouth on these damn streaming service or channels or whatever on your YouTube. They're not paying you enough over there in the doctor's office. They're not paying you over there enough at Bravo. You got to be on YouTube trying to occupy our space, trying to get go viral. Well, guess what, sis? Your ass went viral and look, you got your foot stuck in your damn mouth per usual. So I say all this to say, whatever your thoughts are on this, let me know in the comments down below. Ooh, child, that was a lot. Ooh, child, the ghetto. Okay, so now let me I gotta go up to the comments. Yeah, it is expensive to go grocery shop. I told you for myself, I could spend like $200 on groceries. So there's a lot of that. I guess you never seen gay. Exactly. There'd be so many straight acting, gay men and butch queens and all the other stuff. I'd be out here. She's sitting up here trying to play up this whole little, like, oh, bitch, man, gay man. I had to play that for y'all more than once, so y'all definitely hear what the hell that fool said. Child, many a gay man you would never know. Okay. And a lot of them don't, because they've been told this lie that all gay men are obvious. That you can tell a gay man. No, you don't, because I guarantee you her and many others like her have spread their legs for many a homosexual. They just didn't know it. And they turned out to be gay, years later. It says she only apologized for fear. Exactly. And waited like an hour to do it. They love you when you're doing a makeup, then talk about you as soon as you leave. Okay, exactly. Speaking of which, shout out to Jennifer Lopez's hairstylist. I heard he passed away suddenly. We sure don't. Did you hear about one of him? Child, now how did I just say that and then all of a sudden Felix put this in the thing? Yeah, I heard about that too. That he had passed away suddenly. I don't know what it was from though, but they like to support you when it serves their favor, but I'm not surprised by this. A lot of older women harbor a lot of homophobia. Or is that homophobia? Homophobia, they're just more until you say the wrong, until you piss them off. I read Aaron's comment. I was trying to be nice because, a lot of the girls over there on Bravo have hair and makeup artists. But I've been thinking the same thing. She got hair and makeup because who be dressing her? Look like she dressing the dark. And it look like she don't put nothing on that damn face. Maybe they put a little foundation so that way she good for the TV. But yeah. Hell, I've seen young women harbor these things too. With nothing but except, and the way they learn it from their damn mamas. She obviously don't know the queens will get down. Okay. Yeah, that's the same hairstylist, the hairdresser. He does Jennifer Lopez's hair and Kylie Jenner's hair. A lot of these makeup hair people freelance. This is why I've given up believing the Black community will ever unite politically. They won't, because they've been taught so many times to be that whole crabs in the barrel type of thing. And there's always going to be those people like a Candace Owens or a Kanye West that want to have that assimilation to whiteness. Or that association to whiteness, close proximity to whiteness. So they're going to always have those grifters that will be those crabs in the barrel that will step over their own damn people to do whatever. And that's, and funny enough, and this is why Meta, y'all can kiss every aspect of my ass. I posted this thing about Kanye with the swastika thing, and they removed it. I'm like, I'm posting something that is actual news, and y'all out here, you know how these algorithms do, and I'm not going to go back and forth and start fighting with them. Yeah, he also worked with Jennifer and said, nah, screw her apologies. He said what she meant. That's why I said, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. Madonna's Instagram has been... Say what now? Hold on a second. Let me go to Instagram because if Madonna's Instagram has been cleared, y'all know what that means. That means an album is coming. That is usually the sign that you're getting a new album. Oh, did y'all hear about the dude that was going around impersonating ICE? That he said he went and spent the money to go to some I forget what he said, that he went, I don't know how much it cost. He said 20 something odd dollars. So he went, wait, hold on, because here's why when Kevin posted it. He said the criminal loser is spending his time terrorizing migrants and telling other people to do the same. This is illegal. If you see him, report him to the police. So they said follow pages like ACLU worldwide among your rights. So yeah, there's a guy running around claiming that he's ICE, and then he's going to like places where immigrants would hang out at, or I guess if you go into Home Depot and you're trying to pick up a gig or something. They're going around impersonating ICE officers. First of all, you impersonating an officer is a federal crime, and you can go to jail. So, police, where you at? Y'all want to sit and arrest everybody? Yup, she erased everything. The only thing that's up there, it says Inside Madonna. So, that basically means if you only got one post up there, and this happens a lot, because remember, Beyonce did the same thing as so many others. When you clear your whole Instagram, an album's coming. That's usually what that sign is. So we're about to get the title of the album, the song. And didn't I tell y'all last week, Madonna previewed her new album at Chris Rock's birthday party? So we getting something this year. Madonna probably don't want to support Meta. Or it could be that, but like I said, it could also, she's not getting rid of Meta. Or Instagram. She uses Instagram, she uses TikTok, she uses all that stuff. And also I believe Twitter. That usually means that's a sign that she's got a new album coming. Unfortunately, we never getting getting that Wakanda. No artists clear their profiles when they're about to. Yeah, did not say that. So we're about to get the album cover, probably gonna get the name of the first single, whatever. Look, by the end of sometime this week, probably tomorrow or Wednesday, we're gonna hear something. Mm-hmm. Like it's getting crazy out in these damn streets. I'm like, you ain't got a job, sir. Like you out here impersonating people. I said, now everybody follows that blueprint. But anyway, let's move on and let's get into the story of the hour. Let us talk about Miss Shangela, who has been accused yet again of SA. There's a new civil lawsuit that broke out. It broke this morning. So, and Rolling Stone had the exclusive report. I believe other people, someone I know, Out Magazine, they said they also saw the court documents or something or another. But shout out to all y'all that have been reporting on this. So now, less than a year after Rolling Stone's investigation into former RuPaul's Drag Race star Shangela LaQuifa Wadley uncovered SA allegations from 5 accusers, along with a separate civil lawsuit settlement, the celebrity drag performer is facing their second sexual SA lawsuit. Forgot certain algorithm words. Now, Eric Poff, who is 35, who performs on. Oh, okay. I was about to say, now this article actually comes from Dakota Payne, who I have talked about previously on the show. I didn't know his actual government name. You know, I be knowing my porn stars and I do associate Kiki with the girls, but I don't be knowing people government because I just don't know what, like my friend David Laugh, I forgot what his actual name is, but he changed his name in the courts and all that other stuff. So just like Chris Avalon. That's my name. My stage name. But my name actually is Chris. It's Christopher. But anyway, this ain't about me. So apparently we did talk about this previously. Dakota Payne had mentioned that he was assaulted by Shangela, but now he's actually filed the official paperwork. So he filed a civil lawsuit against Darius Jeremy Pierce, DJ for short. Wait, Chandler's 44? Why do I think she was younger than that? In New York Supreme Court, according to documents obtained by Rolling Stone. Now, Puff alleged Pierce SA'd him while the two worked together on the revenge comedy film Hurricane Bianca 2 in October 2017. Now, I remember when this story came out too, Bianca was in the comments and said that, I'm sorry that this happened to you and all this other stuff. She didn't immediately go and say, oh, I don't believe this and blah, 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 blah. She basically immediately was like, I'm here for Dakota. And for the many people that I know that know Dakota, I'd heard this story also, and I believe it. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I had another person, and I told you, in addition to me interviewing Daniel McGarrigle, who was also mentioned in this article, and their case has been sealed, he can't refile, all that other stuff. And I even spoke with Daniel like a couple of months ago. He had sent me an email. I'm trying to think maybe in December or January. I don't remember off the top of my head. But we've been emailing back and forth. Also, when it came down, there's another adult film star who messaged me, and we had a conversation. He told me some stuff that said that was similar, where they were out at a party or whatever, and he was a little handsy, slipped something in his drink. There was a whole situation where he was assaulted. So I believe every aspect of this because I know from a very reliable source that this happened to. So now in the new filing, Pav and a production assistant on the film claims he had 1 or 2 drinks with Pierce during a night out in New York. Now also remember when we talk about production assistant, that was also the profession that Daniel McGarrigle had when he worked on We Are Here. Now, according to the complaint, Pav's drink was spiked. The complaint does not indicate who he felt was responsible, and he blacked out thereafter. Maybe he used that Diddy juice. Now, when he allegedly regained consciousness, he found himself in Pierce's hotel room, and an unknown man was assaulting him. After Pav started to, I'm going to just call him Dakota. After Dakota started to fade into consciousness, he was bent over a bed, anally penetrated without consent by John Doe, with Pierce watching from the corner of the room. The lawsuit states Pierce would then anally penetrated Dakota without his consent. The John Doe is also listed as a defendant in the lawsuit. Dakota claims that after the SA, Pierce sent him money via PayPal. Okay. Now this, I'm going to have to beat your ass because first of all, how you go and assault me after you had a John Doe do it and had the nerve to send me fucking money through a PayPal? I'm getting heated as I'm reading this, but I got to keep my composure and my professionalism. Now, Pierce's attorney, Andrew Bretler, did not immediately reply to a request for comment on Dakota's lawsuit, but Pierce has consistently denied any allegations of misconduct. Last year, Pierce called the March 2024 claims false and unsupported by any evidence or reliable witness testimony. Well, it was you, the John Doe, and Dakota who was under the influence of an unknown substance. What reliable witnesses are you going to talk about? You think the person that was assaulting him, probably some guy he didn't even know that you knew, had them come up in there, maybe it was a random, and some stuff will happen. I don't know what was in the drugs or whatever, what you drugged him with. But if you are incapacitated, you cannot consent to any kind of sexual activity. And we're not going to sit up and act like that gay men do not get assaulted sexually in this country. It happens a lot, more than people realize. So now, since 2010, Pierce's drag persona has been the central figure of the reality TV circuit. Shangela competed on the 2nd and 3rd seasons of Drag Race and quickly turned her success into a dazzling film and television resume. Shangela received features in A Star Is Born, Broad City, and Glee, and competed on Drag Race All Stars 3, and she was also on Dancing with the Stars. So now Pierce has, and this is where I think why this bitch still gets gigs in and around the United States and probably abroad, because she advocated for LGBTQ rights, including co-hosting We're Here. And didn't she also get a recent, wasn't she also at some queer event where they had her hosting or something or other, like some fundraiser or whatever? So a lot of y'all like to look the other way because she's a big name and still giving her gigs. Because if I'm not mistaken, Dakota, where this all stemmed from, there was something that was going on and Dakota happened to, she was there and it triggered him, which is where, if I'm not mistaken, this all came from. Because if I can remember back, he discussed this on his Instagram. It's me literally trying to remember from my brain. But if I'm mistaken, definitely let me know in the comments if y'all actually remember. So now they said that for its first 3 seasons and performing as a headliner at dozens of charitable concerts, but offstage, the drag star has faced multiple SA allegations in the past 2 years. And doesn't this always seem to be the case with a lot of people who assault others? Like, we've heard how many times Diddy has given to charity and so many other assaulters where it's like, oh, I give to charity and they give us money and they do all these other things. They can't be an abuser. Don't y'all realize that a lot of times in certain situations, that's the mask? That, oh yeah, if I give a little crumbs, or if I do this for this company or whatever, then all the other sinister things that I've done underneath, nobody's going to pay attention to that. They won't believe it. This has happened many a times, and not just the Shangelas, but it's other people who play in that wheelhouse of doing that. Now, Dakota's complaint is the second civil lawsuit alleging SA filed against Pierce. Daniel McGarrigle, a former production assistant during Pierce's time on We're Here, filed a lawsuit against the actor and their former employee, Buckingham Television. The lawsuit, filed in May of 2023, initially alleged Pierce R-worded McGarrigle after a rap party in Ruston, Louisiana. McGarrigle claimed he threw up from drinks provided by Pierce. Later that night, McGarrigle alleged he woke up in Pierce's hotel room to the actor rubbing his meat popsicle against his booty cheeks. Well, I should say his peach, because, you got to watch certain words. But I already said it, so whatever. Attempting to insert himself into his anus. Now, the party settled the lawsuit out of court. Through Brettler, Pierce profusely denied the allegations. Buckingham Television didn't respond to requests for comment at the time. They said HBO rep said in May of 2023 that a production company received a complaint late summer 2021, regarding an incident that was alleged to have occurred in early 2020. Buckingham and HBO take the safety and well-being of the personnel on our shows very seriously, and Buckingham immediately launched an investigation. And they said there was insufficient evidence to support these allegations. But after that, I don't know if y'all was paying attention, but after the whole thing, they didn't find no insufficient evidence or whatever the case was, right? Shangela was out of a job. Eureka was out of a job, and Bob the Drag Queen was out of a job. Now, Bob has still continued to have a career, and shout out to them. And regardless, I live for Bob. And Eureka was going back and forth with her drug abuse and all the other stuff, but she said she cleaned down. Good for you, sis. But in regards to all of this other stuff, Shangela continued to work too. We don't see her a lot on TV and things, but she's been out here doing charity events and performing in drag, in clubs and bars and doing events within the whole drag situation. They still giving her, excuse me, they still giving her things, and people say, like, why haven't y'all canceled her? There's been way too many stories out here regarding her abusing people. I believe if we talk about Dakota is the seventh person that has come forward in regards of what's been going on. So now last March, Rolling Stone published an investigation into 5 allegations of SA against Pierce. As part of the investigation, 4 people alleged that Pierce provided alcohol before they found themselves in his hotel room or home. All 4 reportedly regaining consciousness at different points throughout the night, allegedly finding Pierce either SAing them or watching as an unknown man penetrated them when they were too drunk to consent. The 5th accuser alleged Pierce attempted to penetrate them despite rejecting advances. So people think, because Shangela's so little. And, you'd be surprised how some people, regardless of their height, I don't know why people sit up here and do that ableism shit. Just because you 5'2" don't necessarily mean you ain't got the strength of Goliath. And trust me, believe I've come across some short, strong people. And clearly, allegedly, according to this rumor, Shangela has to drug you in order to keep you incapacitated, not able to fight back, so that way they can get their rock. So maybe that's their kink. But at some point, these allegations need to be taken seriously before this bitch is canceled from our situation for good. So they said McGarrigle and a man named Helmer, one of the accusers in the original Rolling Stone article, who declined to reveal his last name for work retaliation concerns, both filed police reports about their allegations. They said both men have not heard any updates from police regarding their investigations. So yeah, that's the latest on this story right now. And so I will definitely be keeping you abreast of the story as it develops. I'm actually glad that Dakota has come forward and had finally filed the paperwork. I hope that my friend, I don't want to say their name or reveal who they are, but they work in the industry. If they find the strength within themselves to file, I hope that they do it as well. But it's in your own time. Whenever you feel the need to do it, that's great. Also, Dakota, if you want, definitely come on the show. I would love to have you on. Like I had Dakota on. We could sit and talk about the whole situation if you can. unless there's legal situations that you can't speak on. But yeah, the invitation is open to you. I have posted things online with him, and he has given like a little subtle like, whatever. And I'm like, that's a good enough response. Sometimes people don't really want to. It takes a lot to come forward and a lot of courage to come forward with this kind of situation. Especially men don't want to admit that abuses happen to them, especially the way our country treats people, our legal system, the police, and the police force, the way they treat men if you've been abused or whatever. So I can totally understand, and kudos to you for coming forward. And so shout out to you. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story and this latest development on a new charge up against Shangela for being a nasty old pervert and abusing her damn power? So I will definitely keep you guys abreast of the story as it further develops. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from you. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, so now let's move on up. And it says she cleared it before the celebration tour. Albums take 3 to 4 months to record. So yeah, it's done. Yeah. And that's what I said. She was basically talking about, like, Madonna has been talking about the celebration tour. I mean, after the celebration tour, she was talking about she was working on music. And I'm sure she probably took a couple of those songs that she was working on with Max Martin and probably reworked them for with Stewart, which a lot of times artists do anyway. They take a lot of old stuff that they've been working on and they rework it. You can't tell me that Gaga didn't go in the studio and start reworking some of them demos that she probably had for the Fame Monster and probably reworked a couple of them to give it a little update with this album. People do it. Like, you heard Cardi B in that song that she did with Partisan Fontaine. That song is 8 years old and they just released it. So it happens. It was Gaga. It was Gaga actually when she announced Art Pop. And they said she'll release a single. Okay, wouldn't that be shady? But look, didn't they say that's what Nicki Minaj was doing every time that one of her competition would come out and drop something, she would make an announcement or drop things. That's friendly competition. I'm here for it. So if you do that, go ahead, niece. I'll be here for the friendly competition from the both of you. I mean, I'll listen to both records, but I'll be here for it. And you said we'll see. It's probably because of the Bedtime Stories EP too. Well, yeah, there's the Bedtime Stories EP. Then she's doing something with what was it? Like she was doing there was some visual thing that she's got going on that she's got coming. And then she's got the new album. So it's probably a lot of stuff. Is it because Shange got a bag now and the settlement words are out? We don't know how much money that some of these people have gotten. I don't know. Shange ain't that damn rich. Can't help but wonder what Auntie Jennifer Lewis thinks. Apparently, remember they lived in the same house together, or Chandler was living with her. Classic 90s MTV Unplugged is uploaded to Paramount Plus. Well, good for them. We'll see if there's anything of interest I'll watch over there. No adult stars deserve respect to. Exactly. And that's what I agree with, because it's like, and that's why I feel like one of my friend, when it was having this conversation, he said that he felt that he didn't want to come forward because there is this stigma against adult performers that you asked for to be abused or whatever the case was, regardless of how you feel about sex work or people who work in the sex work world. Nobody deserves to be abused of any kind without their consent. So if they're not interested in sleeping with you sexually, take it for what it is. Just because I make a living using my body and it is consensual with the person I'm doing it with, does not mean that you have a right or autonomy to me as a person. So if somebody's not interested in you sexually, Shangela, it does not give you allegedly the right to drug people and take advantage of them, or have somebody taking advantage of them to, I guess, loosen their hole up a little bit so that way you could slip and slide it a bit easily. These sort of stories are why NDAs exist. Well, I wish a motherfucker would rape me and then tell me I need to sign a fucking NDA. I'm ending your life right then and there. Or I just beat your ass to the white meat show. We got a Madonna album before. Look, we gonna get a Rihanna album before Black Diamond. So it ain't just gonna be Madonna. Everybody gonna put out a new album before Janet. I think we get an album in April and May. I'm expecting she'll start doing interviews in the next few weeks. And I hope Madonna actually doesn't necessarily stick with legacy media. I would love to see her do podcasts as well. Like, don't do this the typical, oh, I'm going on The View, I'm going on Kelly and Mike or Mark or whatever, because Kelly kisses her ass or goes to annoying ass Jimmy Fallon. Like, girl, you need to do podcasts. You need to go on YouTube and reach out to a lot of the fans. I would love to even see her go on the MLVC podcast. So you need to go to the people that actually live for you, because you've had this renaissance and this resurgence because a lot of younger kids are listening to your discography, or they're reacting to your videos and all other stuff on YouTube. So she needs to have your children help you out in that department, on who the people that you should go on to kind of give, it gags me that Shangela was still invited to Bay's Renaissance premiere. Also, not too much. It's like, y'all better leave Janet alone. Well, remember the cops laughed when Jeffrey Dahmer had that kid with, yeah, I remember. That movie pissed me off. Hello, my name is Gloria. I'm an obese lesbian with a prolapsed uterus that smells like quiche. Is this about that fat bitch that I was talking about on my show? What's her name? The one that went on that was talking about the gay. She want to be I'm about to say, why this person look like a cross between Megan and this picture they got? It's like a cross between Megan and who's the other one? E.T. Remember when E.T. was in drag? That's what that's giving. Bedtime Stories Bob. Most people try to leave adult films as they come back because they get fired. So most stay. And look, and people have this stigma against adult performers where it's like, yeah, if you try to go back into society and do a regular job, somebody's going to be nosy and spill your damn tea. So you end up coming back. There's so many artists. I mean, so many people will talk about I'm retired and then I come and end up coming back, because it's like, yeah, y'all don't take adult performance seriously. I don't know why. I mean, everybody watches porn. She damn sure has. Oh, did she? I don't know. I catch Terry Joe every now and again. Oh, you talking about Madonna? I thought you was talking about Shangela went on there. I was like, ew. Madonna and Janet, Kylie, Mariah are popular among young listeners, but it really only a select few who listen to the albums that were released before they were born all the way through. Yeah, I mean, it's not a requirement that people do concepts or albums and stuff anymore. Now we're in a world of people like the singles. And if you're a singles artist, be a singles artist. If you're not somebody that's an album maker like a Beyonce or a Kylie or Mariah or Janet and all the other stuff, did I say Beyonce? I mean, look, then don't do it. Just put a bunch of cute songs on a record and we'll just listen to whatever we want to pick. Hey, you said, Gloria, you got a lot of time. Can I get some? Okay. Oh, you talking about that mess that whatever the fuck that was you was talking about. I was like, okay. Anyway. Okay, so now let's get that negative taste of someone from the drag race world out of our mouths. And let's move into this drag race recap. So after the disaster, that was Snatch Game, where, sidebar, shout out to the girls over there at Race Chasers, where, what was it? Alaska and Willem were having a conversation about Snatch Game. And I think Alaska was alluding that what they should do is some sort of a boot camp to get people interested. Like, okay, if you're going to come on Drag Race, they need to do a boot camp or stuff for the girls. And I'm like, we're 17 seasons in. There are many spinoffs from this show. Everybody is aware of Snatch Game. Everybody is aware that it's coming. You need to know if you're going to impersonate certain people, that you need to take the time to actually really do the research, really embody that character. And when it comes down to Snatch Game, really do it. Maybe this season it was just too many girls up there, and maybe they need to cut it down to let it just be an even 8. When you get down to 8 queens, then we can start doing Snatch Game. People have been complaining that it has been relatively too early that y'all been putting Snatch Game into the show. But I was agreeing with Willem, because Willem said that, no, y'all know the challenge is coming. Why do we have to, it's like this, the reading challenge, I know it's coming. Y'all know a sewing challenge is coming. Still, a lot of you broads come on the show, don't know how to sew. I don't understand that. We have 17 seasons of this show. 16 years this show has been on. You don't know how to sew? You don't know how to put an outfit together? So there was no excuse. And no, we don't need a boot camp. And then somebody went and said this. They were like, well, maybe they should do a boot camp where it's like they have dominant and rough drag queens that come on and you have some of the veterans mentor them. I say, oh, you mean like drag you what drag you should have been? But then y'all wanted to go and judge up some straight people. I was like, ill, we don't care. Or was it gay? I think it was just a mixture. But it was just like, let's mix it. Let's kind of make it was kind of like Queer Idol with drag queens. I was like, no, this ain't working. Now, if y'all would have did something where it was like, you want to take some girl that just decided, oh, I want to do drag and I'm a little rough around the edges, like a lot of you broads on this season of Drag Race, quiet as it's kept, then and we want to kind of mentor you, kind of like it's like a cross between The Voice, and you have people just mentor a couple of drag queens, and then they zhuzh you up a little bit, kind of spruce up your hair, makeup, and your outfits. If y'all would have did that and turned you into the swan that you were meant to be, then I would be here for that. And I'd host it too. So we get some dominant and rough, new, fresh baby queens, and then you get some girls out there to mentor them, and I host the show. So let's get on that. But anyway, so after the disaster that was Snatch Game, it hasn't been what it used to be. There's people even complaining, and I remember I wasn't the first one that said this. Some people said that, do you think it's time for Snatch Game to sashay away and they invent a new game? Because I feel like when we were coming up in the business, there were younger queens who, when Drag Race first came out, it was basically about, a lot of the girls that were on the show, which I knew, it's funny enough, a lot of the girls that were on the show, I knew them, I knew of them, or I had heard of them because they were in the drag circles. They paid their dues in the bars and all other stuff, and that's what you had to do when you were first starting out on the show in the 90s and the 2000s. Then the show became a global phenomenon. The internet blew up, and now a lot of the girls that are on the shows now, they grew up watching Drag Race. They do their drag via TikTok and Instagram and all other stuff, so they don't know what it's like to do the art of the performance side. So drag has changed significantly in regards to the TV. Because before I get to the rest of this whole situation, because we're going to talk about Miss Crystal Envy. So she had posted something, and I kept it, where she said, honestly, it's really sad the girls don't get the same engagement they used to. Like, most of our goals is 100K followers on IG. Yet, just a few seasons ago, the girls used to hit 100K with the first episode. What happened? And Willem said the following, because then I saw Tom from MySpace came in and said oversaturation, which I cackled at. I was like, let me find out Tom from MySpace is watching Drag Race. So she said, do something that makes an impact outside of the Drag Race bubble. That's the blueprint we laid out for you new girls. And Crystal co-signed on that. So that's another problem that I have with this show. The instant gratification of it all. Y'all think just because you show up on Drag Race with a look and a beat face that you automatically gonna get 100K? You know how hard Plastique Tiara had to work to get them 3 million followers over on her social media post Drag Race? So you got to put in the work. You can't just expect that you're just going to show up and be cute, which is what a lot of these Delulu girls are doing this season. They think, oh, I can turn a look, but bitch, you ain't pulling anything else into the show. Anybody can turn a look. If you're not a beat your face right, throw a wig on, make sure the shit's glued down, which we're going to get into Miss Kori King not gluing down her damn wig later on into the show. So after the disappointing impersonation situation, Crystal Envy was sent packing after upholding a strong track record all season, following a lip sync with Lana Jarrett, who was in the bottom for a second week in a row. Lexi was given a top spot for failing in a good way that fans and show alumni aren't buying, which is like, I don't know how do you fail in a good way? She was just terrible. But y'all were just liking the fact that she was self-aware. And that was funny for a moment, but not funny the whole damn time. So if y'all was gonna make Miss Lexi be safe, then just say that. Don't try to feed us that BS, but she failed in a good way. I'm like, huh? That don't make no damn sense. And I love the fact that, like I said last week, On Your Nerve won. Susie Toot was gagged and left gooped and gagged because she was in her Delulu phase. And apparently there's a lot of girls on this season that's getting the taste of delusion. It literally is contagious on this damn set. So Susie thought she ate with her performance of Miss Mama's from I was gonna say Suddenly Seymour. Well, that's one of the damn songs, Little Shop of Horrors. I'm like, no, that performance was terrible. But you live in your little fantasy. Apparently, that situation of that Valentina virus is going around, where y'all like to live in your own little planet, your own fantasy. And if you want to live your oats, live your oats. But if we want to be truthful, we got to be truthful. And that performance was a mess. So now, after Crystal's elimination, the queens were not expecting Crystal to go home, and they were gagged. After reading her message on the mirror, they headed over to the couches and congratulated Anya, and who said that she was so proud to have won the snatch game. Susie still was going on her soul situation, saying how she was delusional, but the girls was cackling and reading her, and I was living for it. And in the confessions, of course, Kori had a lot to say about it. They said Susie wants to be the first queen with 3 wins, so the game is on. Okay, well, we'll see, girl, if you get to be that girl. But I could definitely see Susie making it all the way to the end. But I don't know. I have a feeling like it's going to be a toss-up between On Your Nerve, who's had pretty much a strong rollout this season, justice for my girl Saphira. And that's what she's kind of giving me, like this season, Saphira Crystal, in regards of like eating the challenges and really being a staunch professional when she's on the stage and doing what needs to be done. Now, all the other stuff that we can talk about behind the scenes with the sabotage and with the fashions, that's another story. But Anya has been giving it this season. I can also see Lexi making it all the way to the end. But we'll see if she wins, or there's going to be another situation where y'all feel like, okay, she's trans, we have to give it to her. And I'm not trying to take it from Sasha Colby, because Sasha Colby deserved. We knew the minute Sasha walked in that damn room, there was like, okay, y'all might as well just pack up and go home, because this is Sasha's season. But there's a lot of strong contenders that I already have off the top of my head. Like I said, Susie, I can see making it to the end. On Your Nerve, I can see making it to the end. I could also see Sam Starr making it to the end. So now, what else had happened? So now, let's get into the situation with the new challenge, which is they have to do this maxi challenge. And here we go. Before we get to that, Kori King and Lydia Boho Kollins trying to be the new Brangie, as in Brooklyn Heights and Miss Vanjie, where they want to be the Kaka girls of the season. And so then they were kind of like planning up their whole situation. We have a story that's going to go into Kori speaking out about whether or not he and Lydia are officially in a relationship. But first, let's get through this week's challenge. So then Ru into the room. Hello, hello, hello. Here's another thing. Have y'all noticed they don't do, ooh, girl, she done already done had her any hers and all that shit anymore? Have y'all know? And then she don't do the TV screen, soliloquy. Now it's just they cackling at the pink table. Then Ru walks in, hello, 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 and then comes down and delivers the challenge. What's going on? Y'all on a budget over there when it comes to that? And like I said before, are y'all on a budget with Ru's wardrobe? Because her wardrobe has been vastly questionable this season. I'm not liking any of the looks that y'all have had so far. So now they have the new challenge, which was the Rusical, which is called the Wicked Wiz of Oz, which I will say I loved this challenge. This had to have been the best Rusical I've seen in a long time. And you know me, it's like a year passed. I don't remember what the Rusical was last season. But the Wicked Wiz of Oz was everything. I live for it. So now the queens got to pick their own roles. And there was a lot of butting of heads. But before we get to the butting of the buttation of the headation, Acacia, Susie, and Sam wanted Kansas Dorothy. Lexi quickly talked her out of it and urged her to go for a role that'll push her outside of her comfort zone. So Susie puts Acacia down a little to take the role. And one of the things I wasn't liking about Susie was being messy with that. Because I was like, girl, mind your business. Because now you're trying to go after certain people because Susie won that certain part. But I like that Susie went and did the Wicked Witch. She ate in that part. Acacia, girl, the ballad, we already heard you sing in the first episode. I wouldn't have went for a part that exposes your full-on, octavization of it all. That's like you exposing yourself like Jennifer Lopez trying to expose herself singing a ballad. So then, but anyway, Acacia got the part any damn way. So then Kori and Jules got into a fight and decided to cast the role with a vote, which Jules won. I'm glad she won because Jules is my favorite. When she got up there and performed, I tell you, I've never laughed so hard with that performance that she did. And to me, Kori was saying, well, I have the body, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, that's the problem. You're a body queen, but you have nothing to show outside of just being a body queen. I don't want to just, we know you can pay for the gods. We know you got ass for days, even though she claimed she on top. But we get that you have body for days. And you got a waist snatch for the guards and the ass be percolating. They're like a full-on snack table. But can you give us something else besides trying to look fierce? You was not gonna be able, like, watching what you did in your performance playing a flying monkey, which we're not even gonna go into the racial connotations of a black woman, a black queen playing a monkey. However, you playing a monkey with Lydia Boho Collins. It was like, yeah, Lydia was in the role. You kind of wasn't. You were just standing there, slightly hunched over, and you didn't fully squat. So you wasn't really in the pocket of it. Even when it's like you're not acting, you're acting. So even when it's like you don't think the camera or whatever is on you, you have to be on at all times until they say cut, and then the play is over. You need to be in that character. You weren't really in that character. So then, after she went getting her role, then they had what else? So yeah, then it was the Kori and Jules thing. I'm glad that Jules got her part, and then the other roles got assigned without any pushback. So that's where the big fighting and stuff was. Now the first group of queens head to the recording studio to lay down their tracks with Michelle. Now you had Lana and Lydia start the group off strong, but Kori, can't get her pitch right because she's not a singer. She's a look queen. Well, in regards to like putting the body together, because the outfits, that's also questionable. So yeah, I'll leave it. Wait, I think I have another picture in regards to that. But I was like, where were they in the? Oh wait, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. I don't think I put it in there. But anyway, let's go back to this picture. So the first group, as I said, the first group of queens laid down their vocals, all the other stuff. Kori was a mess, but they could fix all that in auto tune. Now the other group started with Susie. And Susie, of course, because she's a theater queen and she moped and whined that she didn't get the role that she wanted. She basically killed her vocals because we know, girl, there's no such thing as small parts, just small people, as they always say. And look, you can play anything because if musical theater is your thing, you can play any part regardless of what the part is, and just show them that it's like, I don't care, I didn't get the part, I'm gonna still show out with my performance. And I liked the Elphaba-esque witch that you played. I thought she did fairly well in the performance. So you were fine. So then we had Anya's Harlem Dorothy with her vocals, and I was like, yes, bring the sassiness of it all. I was living. And so I loved her performance of doing the Harlem Dorothy, which of course is based off of Diana Ross and The Wiz. Now, after some direction, Sam's vocals were impressive as well. It's just the fact that Sam likes to hold back and didn't want to let that side of herself out. And that's why I'm glad that, with a little push, people don't realize, that you do have a lot of it in you. You just have to, be willing to let it go. Now, then it's Acacia's turn. And she began to sing. And it was giving pitchy tease. And she was struggling. She was definitely on the vocal struggle bus. And, they cleaned it up in post. But once they got to the performance, it was like, girl, even if they gonna clean it up in the studio, you got to at least emote and give us a little more than what you gave. And you was giving lackluster. You was giving about as lackluster as the vocals you was putting through that microphone before they, pitch corrected. Now, after recording the solos, they headed out to the main stage where they learned their choreography from Jamal Sims. And then we saw Kori with them ugly-ass orange shoes on, the ones that Ru clowned her about wearing in the last episode. She decided to wear them ugly shoes again, and I realized she got them same damn shoes in different colors because she had some black ones on, I believe, when she got on that stage playing the damn monkey. So now most of the queens got their steps down right away. Anya was struggling a little bit. Jules was struggling a little bit, but the type of queens that you don't pick up choreography fairly quickly. But if you do it enough times, you'll get it. So then Lydia and Kori need to be in sync as flying monkeys. And so far, they were dancing on two different beats. And this is probably why some people gonna think like they question your level of blackness, Kori, because you be giving white girl in a lot of situations to make you date. You're dancing, the way you present yourself. It's kind of like you're like a white girl with a tan, but whatever. So now it's time for the Rusical / the elimination. And Lana doesn't know if Kori and Lydia can work well together. And then basically, Susie's painting her face in green. The queens were saying, "Oh, you feeling yourself," and all this other stuff. But look, she was feeling good about herself. Let Susie live, feel her oats. Now, Acacia was feeling really good about the role and knows she needs to bring it to the stage after fighting so hard for the role. And now, did she deliver? No, not at all. Which is hence why she was one of the girls that ended up at the bottom. But let's not jump to the boom boom gun a little too fast. So now Lexi said that she felt like Susie and is so excited for the stage. And Sam was good about playing the Wicked Witch and is so thankful Lexi suggested it to her. And look, at the end of the day, Sam listening to Lexi helped her win the challenge because she ate. She also revealed that she played Ursula in a high school performance of Little Mermaid, and we saw the picture when we saw that, and it said it was the first time she got to appreciate being in drag because she got picked on a lot in high school over the from being effeminate and that sort of thing, and her being in high school where it was like, okay, I get the opportunity to dress in drag and play this character. You poor unfortunate souls, they were living for it. And I love the fact that Ariete, shout out to her, because she and Kori opened up about being former plus size girls, and Ariete opened up about having past ED. And I'm not saying erectile dysfunctional, or erectile dysfunction, because that's the other ED. But the ED is a disorder where you either anorexia, bulimia, that sort of thing. And how being in drag helped heal her. That always makes me wonder why she's always covering her mouth. Do you ever notice when Ariete laughs or whatever case, she's always covering her mouth? And I'm like, sis, you got nice teeth. Why are you covering your face? You shouldn't cover. You're a pretty girl. You have nice teeth. I don't think you should cover your face. But I think it's coming from a place of insecurity. And they clocked it, after when they was talking about it. It was like, you know what? I could definitely see, like, okay, Ariete's not completely a bitch. That this is like probably due to insecurity. I was like, child, I clocked that from the beginning, because if you truly securing yourself, you don't need to be kind of saying or doing the things that you're doing towards other people. That always stems from a little bit from insecurity. So then Acacia also revealed that she was born with cystic fibrosis and how it changed her outlook. So everybody got ailments, everybody got issues, and we just literally, Drag Race turned into Dr. Quinn, drag queen, medicine woman or something when it came down to it. Now on the runway, we had Michelle, Jamal, and this week's extra special guest judge, the one and only Adam Lambert, who was looking fabulous in his outfit, by the way. So then while Adam was there living, of course, oh wait, hold on, we don't want to get to the looks yet. The queens got up there and performed. Susie started out strong with their performance. We had Jules Galinda followed, and she served everything. I was living for her, even though she kept having this wardrobe malfunction. I didn't mind the nip slip that kept going. To me, it made the performance much funnier. It was sort of like she was a sluttier Galinda. So I was living for it. And I actually thought that Ariete, Lexus, and Lana did fairly well too. Because I know everybody's been trying to drag Lana as of late, but Lana did pretty good in this performance where they played the Scarecrow, Lioness, and Tin Woman. And they were in sync. I love their performance. It wasn't no real standout between them, but they were in sync regarding of the performance. So I like what they did. And of course, Sam stars Cher, her Wicked Witch of the East, because it's, Witch is the Beast Wick. Have you ever seen that movie? Was a cackle. And I lived for it. So then we had Lydia and Kori's Flying Monkeys. That was a mess. Hence why Kori ended up also in the bottom. Then we had Anya's Diana Ross, The Wiz, Dorothy was good. But of course, we knew that Anya was going to serve because she sings. She's a great performer. And so I could definitely see her on Broadway also. Then we had Acacia's Kansas Dorothy. doing a power ballad. And girl, if you don't have the range, you should not be up in here doing a power ballad. But even if you don't have the range and you're lip syncing your entire performance anyway, you could have at least given us a little more when you were performing, but she didn't do that. She was timid. I felt like she was holding back a little bit. And you standing up there with no fancy choreography, you have to emote. Even if you're lip syncing, you have to show the emotion. You have to emote. It's kind of like, I always go back, if you want to show real emotion to a lip sync, Latrice Royale doing Natural Woman by Aretha Franklin. That's how you do it. But you didn't give that. And then, of course, it finished with the Emerald City group number, which you see here in the photo. Now we get down to the runway looks, which we see here. I actually liked Acacia's hair here. I really was cute or whatever, but wasn't like the real standout for me. I did like Sam Starr's look. Anya Nerve I thought was cute. Kori, girl, I don't know what that was. You thought you was eating with that whole Dorothy look or whatever. It just looked so underwhelming compared to all the extravagant fashions that the other girls was giving. It just looked like you about to go on a picnic in Central Park. That's what it was giving. So now we get to the critiques. And Susie and Michelle, with Susie, and Michelle basically telling her that she smashed her role, and Jamal telling her that she set the bar really high. Adam also loved her look. Now, and one of the things I was loving about Adam when he was in the when he came backstage for Untucked, and he was clocking like certain makeup choices that the girl was making, because you know Adam does his own, he beats his own face, so he know all the little tricks and all the other stuff when it comes to wearing like makeup and that sort of thing. And Adam also has his own makeup line. So he knows the tricks of the trade, and I love that how he was showing him, he was showing his stuff, his knowledge. So then Michelle told Sam that she did a great job infusing Cher into her vocals, and Adam commends her on her vocals and performance. Now Jamal also said he loved her Met Gala worthy look. Ru tells her she notices her loosening up and is reflecting in her performance. And I'm hoping like now, because she said before that when it comes to the pageant stuff, like her being a pageant queen, that sort of thing, you always have to say the right things. You have to be proper because that's what they teach you when you're in a pageant. However, she's like, one John told me I could just let it go and I could be myself and I could relax. I mean, that's what Drag Race is all about. They want you to be able to, how do you navigate through all of these challenges and stuff? They don't want you to be so uptight and buttoned up. They're like, this show is stupid. Just let yourself go. Let your guard down. You don't have to try to produce yourself. The minute you let things go and try not to control everything, you'd be surprised what you're capable of. Now, Ru basically, now let's get to Kori. So Michelle basically told Kori she worked well as a partner to Lydia, but Lydia outshined her a little bit. Ru complimented her Dorothy-inspired runway wig, but Adam says it's not as elevated as the other girls. Now, Adam also told Anya that she brought palpable joy to the performance, and Jamal told her not to let the saboteur get to her. Because when he was working with her during the choreography, she was shutting down a little bit, and you could see at times she was feeling defeated. So Michelle also spoke and told Acacia her wig on the runway was ridiculous in a good way. Adam told her that her vocals were good, but she should have done more with the performance because it felt a little boring. Which is what I was saying. I was like, even if you're gonna get up there and it's a subtle song, and yeah, you're not getting choreography, it's your big, ballad moment. It's like a little girl getting up there playing Annie and her having to sing Tomorrow. You already know that's the big song of the play. You got to really serve it, and you got to give the emotion, you got to give the diction, you got to give everything with that. And Acacia did not give that during the performance. So now, following deliberations, Ru announced that Anya and Jules are both safe. Sam won the challenge, which I'm glad that she got it. And Susie was safe right behind her. So I was like, yeah, Susie, I don't want you trying to be up in there being mad that Sam won, because Sam won, in my opinion, because Sam stepped up and was showing like, I'm stepping out of my comfort zone. And once you step out of your comfort zone and you let your inhibitions down, your guard down, whatever you want to call it, then you will truly shine. And so that's what she did. Now, the bottom two queens, we had Kori and Acacia lip singing for their life, and they performed to Wet Dream by Adam Lambert. Now, y'all know I love that damn EP. Shout out to Afters. If y'all not listened to that EP, it is a fabulous EP. It is one of my favorite albums. Well, even though it was an EP, whatever. I did add it to my best albums of 2020 4 list. And he was even on his Instagram. He posted something. He was like, I forgot how good this damn song is. I was like, yes. And look, he just recently did an interview last week because I told him he was going to book in out the week. He was on The View on Monday and on Drag Race on Friday. And he said that after he wraps up Cabaret as the MC, he said, oh, more new music. So I'm really hoping that he keeps this whole vibe of, we want more dance music from Adam. We know Adam could pretty much sing any damn thing down to the floor and we will live. But I want Adam Lambert to give the gays some good damn dance music, because we don't have enough gay men out here really giving us that unapologetic dance pop. And Adam definitely served with them songs on Afters. It was like 4 tracks, but we need more. We need like a full 14. So, and I'm sure you made a good enough amount of coin being on Broadway, so use some of that money. I don't even know, is he a part of a label or is he independent? I'd have to look that up. So yeah, they performed Wet Dream. Acacia was this is her first time in the bottom. They said, wait, is this Kori's first time in the bottom? Why do I feel like this is Kori's second time in the bottom? Or am I bugging? But yeah, during this song, Kori, I was like, yeah, Kori's coming back, because Kori was giving stunts. Kori, that's what you do when you perform that song. And he says that he performs a lot of Adam Lambert's music at the bars. So at the end of the lip sync, because you had Acacia was just up there feeling her oats, but she really wasn't giving anything. She even took like a tear of the hair off, but it still wasn't enough for her to stay. So Shantae, Kori will stay, and Acacia forgot, had to sashay away. So now next week it's about to get real interesting, because we got another sewing challenge. Anya, girl, do not get in no more drama with any more girls when it comes to doing any sewing challenges, please. But I'm living, because we got my girl Betsy Johnson coming on next week's episode. So I'm really looking forward to that. Now, in regards of who I was thinking was some of my faves in the whole situation, like I said before, I was living for Susie, Anya, and Jules. Sam stepped her pussy up, and I live for Adam Lambert's stunning look as a celebrity guest judge. And yeah, they picked the right bottom too. So that's my overall assessments of this week's recap, or last week's recap of RuPaul's Drag Race season 17. And before we move on, I want to talk about Kori King, who basically was on the recent episode of Roscoe's, which I think aired already. I think it came on around 6 o'clock on their YouTube channel. And he basically revealed that yes, he and Lydia Boho Kollins are still an item. So shout out to them over there at they still Kaka sisters or Kaka queens. So RuPaul's Drag Race season 17 star Kori King has confirmed that she's still dating co-star and fellow queen Lydia Boho Kollins after meeting on Mama Ru's workroom and finishing up their duties filming the show. This is the first official Drag Race showmance in the flagship series to last through the post-season filming period. Absolutely. Because how many times have we had shows where people come on and they were like, no, we broke up. When Vanjie and Brooklyn Heights was dating, by the time the reunion came up, they wasn't together. But I already heard rumors. Well, somebody had told me that, yeah, they were like, yeah, they fucking. That was the exact quote that was told to me. So I already knew they was dating. But I'm bringing it here because it's been confirmed. So now on Friday, February 21st, George's season 14 All-Stars 9 and Kori appeared as special guests in the Roscoe's Tavern viewing party for Drag Race season 17, episode 8. Now during the live stream, co-hosts Naysha Lopez, Batty Davis, and Caramel DeVille asked Kori about her relationship status with Lydia. So y'all are probably the actual first couple that has actually stayed together after the show, Carol noted. Then asked, when y'all were getting together, were you like, we gotta play it cool because they may put us in the bottom together? Kori replied, what's so funny? We were kind of talking to each other and fighting and stuff like that, but we weren't thinking about it for the camera's sake, which is probably why they didn't catch as much of it. We were just in a relationship on the show, but we really didn't play it up for the cameras. They didn't really catch all of the nonsense that we were doing. So they said, so tell us really quick the extent of your actual relationship. It said, well, we're together. Yeah, officially. And love to hear that. This is what Nature added. Now, did that happen? Did that happen on set, or was something that progressed after you got home? And Kori explained it progressed after we got home, and then it flourished a couple of months after filming. And Nature was like, I absolutely love that. That's fierce. But the gays love saying fierce, honey. And then Kori and Lydia, has been teasing their relationship and bringing up how things are going between them while still appearing as competitors on Drag Race, but giving all the secrecy around each queen's placement and track record in the season. The two queens have mostly kept a low profile on social media until Kori's stint on Roscoe's Tavern, that is. Well, they're going to bring that up and all this other stuff. And look, we don't know Kori's getting eliminated. There's always stuff that has come out in regards of the queens getting eliminated. We definitely know that Kori's getting eliminated. Lydia Collins allegedly is going to be on All Stars 10. That is the rumor that has been floating around in regards to that. So, kudos to y'all. Being caca girls in the world of drags. So I say all this to say, what do y'all guys think of this story in regards of Kori and Lydia Collins are officially a couple because she revealed it on this recent episode of Roscoe's Tavern, which you could watch on YouTube for free. But if you want the extra, if you want to see all the extra stuff that they cut, because they heavily edit the show down now, you can basically go and I think you can subscribe to them for like $2 or something or another. But anyway, so let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Well, chill, we got a lot of comments. So let me scroll on. It was like 46. I'm like, Jesus. You said they can't do the 80s and 90s because it sounds dated. The singles are fine, but Erotica is her least streamed album. Okay, more like Sherry Pie. Well, Sherry Pie and Bill Cosby. But then Sherry Pie, I don't think was out here assaulting people. She was doing a whole bunch of other stuff. I feel like Dorothy's part was not so great. Are you talking about the one that Acacia wanted? Because there was like so many different, or Acacia got. Acacia forgot. It said, don't speak for Gen Z. Ray of Light saw a huge increase streams last month and this month. It wasn't crazy. I wasn't crazy over this Rusical. I was excited for it, but then I saw it and was left with mixed feelings. Oh. Well, I was gonna say, I loved it. I would like to know what your mixed feelings was. So I can't stand the judges blaming the contestants for not being able to sew when the producers cast them full well knowing they can't in order to create drama. There could be that, but I feel like anybody who's gonna come on this show, that y'all need to at least, if you know that it's coming or whatever the case is, or if you're gonna try out, prepare yourself. Like even if they know whatever the case is, prepare yourself and be like, take a sewing class of 3. And if they ask you if you're not a sew and they try to place a little stunt or whatever, lie. Because my thing is, it don't matter if you could, what the situation is. If you know sewing challenges are coming in the outfit and you know how to sew and the outfit still look like crap, you could still be up for elimination. So if the producers try to play that stupid game, that's just dumb on their part. Oversaturation, OMG, this season isn't giving me life personally. Well, you know what? A lot of people have been saying that they're not really liking this season. Lana Jarre. Kori needs to go. Oh, please. Now, like so many people don't like her. I'm surprised. I wonder if people was actually living. Well, I guess everybody be respectful if you come on a show. But, a lot of people ain't feeling Kori like that. Kori is super basic. Folks entertained by all the Reids and young foolishness. Okay? I think Kori should have left instead of Acacia or a double elimination. There should have been a double elimination the week before that. They have yet to give us one. They should have gave us a double elimination with the hormonal one. Hormonal's wig was a perfect description of this season. Okay? I feel Anya's follower count to the top 3 most followed from the cast will hinder her chances. Well, she is. Oh. Well, they always say like, because it's Black queens or whatever, they don't get those immediate ones. And look, I already read you the thing that one of the queens said in regards of followers and why Willem had to say what she said in regards of the whole follower situation. what Crystal Envy said. It's like, yeah, you're not gonna get the same engagement and talk about that y'all goal is 100K followers. I'm not just gonna randomly follow some girl for the sake of following. Like, you gotta give a little something. If I were Ru, I would have 2 double eliminations per season, even if they need to spin a damn wheel. I actually had an idea about an elimination thing with a spinning of a wheel, but I ain't gonna say it here until my actual show happens. These Nepo queens are not hungry enough to be good at. Okay, they not, because they want to be TV famous. That's what it is. Also, one on top, they don't show the queens getting ready to leave or their letters to each other. Like, they cut a lot of stuff. I feel like Anya gives me a wannabe Simone, but I would not be mad. Well, yeah, because I guess because, the whole Black excellence angle and always trying to show like the whole, yeah, it could be that. It's like, oh, I'm inspired by Simone, so now I'm trying to bring that to the show. That's why I said this is the season of the substance. Everybody is derivative of someone that has already existed in the Drag Race timeline. Whether you a child of, a sibling of, a grandchild of, or just somebody who you watched on the show that you're trying to emulate. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you in your head, you like Whitney, but you sing like Jennifer Lopez. She started doing drag after watching Simone season. Oh, did she? I'm like, well, child, well, then there it is. Oh, because I said the monkey thing. I wish Acacia had thought of playing Dorothy as Liza Minnelli. You know what? That would have been cute too. It was like if I would have did Dorothy, and you know what? But they don't have the range to think that way. It's like, yeah, if you would have did Dorothy as Liza Minnelli, oh my God, Ruin would have ate it up because it's like her mother is Judy Garland, but if you come in doing Liza Minnelli and and all that other stuff that she does, they would have ate that shit up. Yeah, what she said it was you said Magical Mermaid. You said Jules may have revealed a spoiler on TikTok. She posted, she was talking about which queens would survive the Hunger Games, and she said one queen would steal the rhinestones and make it. So basically, she's saying that Anya made it to the finale, but then again, and I'm hoping they're not doing the live finales anymore because y'all spoiled. A lot of y'all have ruined it for the fans. Where y'all secretly recording and you're posting things on social media. So I'm hoping that they go back to, you know what, do it in studio. And the people that you have being a part of the audience, I would say bring back past queens from Drag Race, have them fill up the audience, and then have them sign NDAs where they can't say nothing. And then also you have the regular queens, or you could just do the regular season 17 queens and have them sit on the side while they get up and do whatever. The top 4, do it that way. Are you saying Acacia's must be the most expensive episode? Yes, I love Jules' performance. Kori and Max Connor both likes to. I mean, quiet as it's kept, so did Austin Wolf. Speaking of which, are we getting close to finding out more on that case? Will be sometime this week. So it's another month, another postponement from Austin Wolf. I saw a video of Fitness, or was it Fitness Poppy was digging in and out Max Connor's guts. I said, let me find it. Look at Max Connor out here doing bottoming a lot more. I saw when he was bottoming for Boomer Banks too. Yes, a true Kai. Or is it Kiki? You said Acacia's performance made me think of Jennifer trying to sing If You Had My. No, we're not going back to that video. Y'all saw when I posted that, and everybody actually believed like I was up there saying, see, she can sing. She's singing her ass off. That was for me to get y'all to actually click on the video and watch it. So it was reverse psychology. And it worked. Things that Arietti and every Latino on the show wears red and swears they're giving Latina realness. Girls, red and black. Okay. When I heard when I heard the lip sync song, I thought of you because I know you. Oh, you said you was thinking of me. Well, thank you. Yeah, I live for that EP, child. Team Lexi, great. Well, okay, but that's a good thing. He's independent. That's why he's getting that good music. Because if he was at a label, then y'all had him doing some dry ass pop songs. Kori's lip sync against Joella. But that's why I said that is not the first time that Kori was in the bottom. That was the second. And that should have been the first double elimination. Quiet as it's kept, because y'all both didn't serve. I've been so underwhelmed by a lot of the lip syncs this season. And I'm getting so tired of the death, I mean, not death drops, because y'all know I hate that word. It's a dip. I hate that y'all be dipping, the jump splits. It's the same. I'm like, child, get off my line with this fake ballroom performances that y'all be up in here trying to do with these lip syncs. I'm just so underwhelmed. But whatever. These queens need to have a stunning reveal ready ASAP. Mm-hmm. Well, people be like, well, and then you probably get Michelle being like, you need to give us something different. You're always doing breakaways. Give us something different. Because, you know, that is like, okay, whatever, girl. Not Sugar's drag. We had Sugar. Oh, really? Oh, you said we had Sugars here, mainly amateur queens just starting out. That's why I said that would be a good show if they did something where it's just like, yeah, let's find some dragons in the rough. So it's like a dragon boot camp, because that's what we used to call girls that were rough around the edges. We call them dragoons. It's like, yeah, pick some dragons in the rough, and you find some drag queens who have been in the business for a long time that can mentor the girls and spruce them up, and then, you know, kind of have it like the voice of drag, where it's just like, you know, there can only be one, like the Highlander, and then they make it all the way in the end, and I host it. I haven't got the whole idea behind how we could eliminate the girls. If Sugar and Spice were twins, we would never know either one. Look, when they was on the show, I couldn't tell them apart. So, and Mr. Timothy released a new YouTube today. Who's Mr. Timothy? Are we talking about T.S. Madison? Is that who we talking about? Because I'm like, who's Mr. Timothy? It's confusion. Oh Lord, they got a new story about TD Jakes. I'm gonna have to talk about that on the next episode. As well as, we already talked about Dr. Heavenly. I'm gonna be heavily working on editing the hell out of this show today, putting up these clips. You talking about Timothy Champagne? Oh Lord, now I gotta look that up. What mess he talking about now? Which queen has surprised you this season in a good way? Well, you know, I already said I like Lexi. I like Anya Nerve. I feel like the one that has surprised me. Well, I always saw Sam as a dark horse. And finally, she's coming out of her shell, probably because I saw the potential in her from the beginning. So that's who I was really looking at. But anybody else, I can't really think about, like, who else has surprised me this season in a good way. I feel like the ones that I mentioned that I like so far, the only ones that I'm like, that have been consistently that I'm living for. The only one I would say surprising that I'm glad she's finally come out of her shell is Sam Star. Michelle's boot camp for Drag Race. Well, look, she tried to do that over there in Down Under, which actually was not a bad season with her hosting it. Okay, so now let's go into this other drag queen story. Let's talk about Heklina. Now, Peaches Christ, I believe, did an interview with there's a follow-up, actually. I believe she recently did an interview, because I was just trying to figure out how I'm gonna word all this together. But she recently did an interview. She was talking about Heklina and the fact that how the police have not given her any updates in regards of her death, and she's been dead for 2 damn years. They said they were looking at some suspects or whatever the case was. We don't know what's going on with that. So here's the story. Now, they said drag legend Peaches Christ is continuing to speak out for her friend Heklina and against the police incompetence on how they've handled her death. Now, 2 years later, Peaches Christ is still waiting to hear any updates from the London police's investigation on the sudden death of Heklina, Peaches' friend, tourmate, and fellow San Francisco legend. It wasn't until January 24th of 2025 that CCTV video footage was released by the London Police Department, as reported by Metro Brooke Davies. That footage showed 3 men walking by the hotel where Heklina was. Ultimately, it's been the first tangible process and noteworthy update during this year's long investigation, even though the official website for the UK government highlights that any owners of CCTV video must usually provide the footage free of charge within 1 calendar month. Now, even more specifically, the official website for the city's government of London stipulates that most video requests in the city should only take a number of days. Now, 2 years later, Peaches Christ is still waiting to hear any updates from the London police investigation on the sudden death of Heklina, Peaches' friend, tourmate, and fellow San Francisco legend. Well, we'll have to feel like I'm repeating the same damn thing twice. Now, they said, question, what did the London police tell Peaches Christ in the days that followed Heklina's death? Saying, when I was still in London, detectives met with me multiple times. This is what Peaches told Out. Even after I was cleared, excuse me, as a suspect, I had to stick around 3 more days in order to obtain all of my belongings in the apartment. The San Francisco Queen went on by saying the following, quote, at one of these meetings, I was assured that I would be kept in the loop regarding the investigation, and I was even appointed a family liaison who I met with. However, once I arrived back in the U.S., communication ceased to exist. Then they asked her, did the police offer any theories or suspicions about what might have happened? She said they really didn't, but they kept making it clear to me that drugs were found, Peaches recalls. I asked which drugs were found, and there were, and were there lethal amounts. Do you have a fentanyl problem here? But I wasn't getting any clear answers. Peaches continues. They, the police, never seemed convinced of my conviction that Heklina wasn't alone when she passed. They questioned how I know that. I would point out all the evidence and explain that they needed to get into her phone, in order to find out who had been at our flat. I even sent them an Apple hack to get into the phone, which they said they would use. So it was like they didn't want to take it seriously. Y'all the ones that went to the academy to learn how to be a police officer. Do your job. Why do I have to come in and how would you know that such and such a thing? Because I think I know my goddamn friend. I think I would, and it's common sense that it's like, come on, if she's critically thinking where y'all are not, the hell else do you think would be the only option? Y'all just want to wrap y'all stuff up quick. Okay, you're a suspect, you're going to jail. What evidence, sir? Or whoever was covering it. So now, after many months, they sent Heklina's phone back to Nancy French, who is Heklina's next of kin, and we assumed they had gotten what they needed. Months after that, they told us they never opened it. So what the actual fuck? So why would I send you the phone, the information on how to hack into it, but you still didn't do the work? Oh, we didn't go and open it. So you didn't even take this damn thing seriously, because yet again, like I've said many a times, when it comes to crimes against LGBTQ plus people, y'all don't give a damn. Which is why a lot of times they don't come forward in situations. So now, they also asked the question, did the London police provide you any contact information to reach out? How often did you and or Nancy reach out? So Peaches said yes, and we were reaching out for many months, up to a year, with little or no response. It wasn't until I told them I was coming back to London for my show at the Royal Albert Hall that I heard rumors from a trusted source that the coroner determined the death wasn't caused by OD. At that point, they responded and requested a Zoom call with Nancy, Detective Dean Purvis, and I. This is what Peaches added. This is why when he admitted that he had been negligent in doing anything related to the case, we were aghast. So then they go on to ask the question, were there other updates about Heklina's death investigation between April 2023 and January 2025? Now, Peaches recalls a video conference meeting in which Detective Purvis apologized and said that he believed detectives may have brought a bias to the case. You don't say. However, he insisted they'd be better about communicating with us as they attempted to pursue the case in earnest. But we quickly learned that this wasn't true, as emails once again went unanswered for months at a time. 2 years later, Peaches Christ is still awaiting to hear any updates from the London police investigation on the sudden death of Heklina, Peaches' friend, tourmate, and fellow San Francisco legend. So, then they also said this. They said it wasn't until April 24, 2025 that CCTV video footage was released by the London Police Department as reported by Metro's Brooke Davies. The footage showed three men walking by the hotel where Heklina was, which we did bring up on the show a couple of weeks ago. Now, ultimately, it's been the first tangible process and noteworthy update during this year-long investigation, even though the official website of the UK government highlights that any owners of CCTV video must provide the footage free of charge. Now, why does it feel like that a lot of this is repeating itself? So then it went on to say more in regards of this. So I had to put up the Peaches Christ tweet when she was in London. So, then they were asking about, because I was like, where am I with this story? So then they said, are you comfortable disclosing your theories about the events that might have led to Heklina's death? And said, my theory has always been for sure she was not alone when she needed help. The detectives kept telling me that they found drugs. And they said there was drugs in there, but there was no drugs. And then they asked if you feel comfortable sharing, was Heklina's body transferred to the U.S.? Is it still in the UK? Heklina was cremated in London, and while there was an autopsy, we've never been told or given the results that would include cause of death. When they asked when and where did Heklina die, Peters announced her death on April 3rd, 2023, explaining that her front and drag pier was found on the floor, of their hotel guest room. The two San Francisco drag icons have been touring together across Europe and will also share in the same flat in Soho at the time. Now, Tony Bravo wrote in the San Francisco Chronicle, Heklina and Peaches Christ were sharing the rented flat in the Soho area while rehearsing. When Heklina decided to arrange a sexual encounter, Peaches said she opted to stay in a nearby hotel Saturday and Sunday to give her friend privacy. Now, the drag community has mourned the loss of Heklina after discovering she had passed away. And the drag community, then they said Peaches Christ keeps pressuring the London police to make progress in the investigation about her death. And, she's been speaking out ever since, as we know. And she even went on the Bay Area's KRON4 News and subsequently wrote in an Instagram post, continuing to get the word out about the lack of answers surrounding the death of Heklina. Lots of people have been asking me about what can be done. And I've been encouraging folks to reach out to the American and British politicians and representatives for help pushing Scotland Yard for answers. If we don't get more resolution or anything that looks like justice for Heklina, I'm thinking that we should stage a big queer protest in London soon. So I would definitely love to know if the gays are out there in London protesting on Heklina's behalf and what's going on in regards to this case, because it's like, how do y'all just going to sit up here and just be like, oh, well, a person who's gay, someone who's a drag performer, or someone who's trans gets assaulted or killed. Oh, it's not a hate crime. Oh, we didn't find no evidence, but you didn't do the work to find out if the evidence was what it was. And then we're in a situation where, okay, so now we're at a stalemate and nothing's being done. So I'm hoping that Heklina does get the justice that, she wants to get for, that she deserves from her friend Peaches Christ speaking up and trying to get justice for her friend. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, we have questions. Oh, you said rest in peace, Heklina. It's ironic because she loved to tell scandalous stories. But that's what I love about my older queens, is that when they be up in there telling the scandalous stuff, the lip syncs are so predictable now. Verse, chorus, time for a split, break, dip, song comes back, another split. Okay, or maybe should we blame it on the edit, or is it just that's what the girls is giving? Sorry to break the drag race, but check your inbox immediately. Let's just say a senator who came from Sandy Hook is spilling what's going on, and it's really important to read it. Well, I'll check it. I ain't got time to read it now when I'm in the middle of a live chat. So, and the people out here not liking Pete Heck said, it's funny how you sent me the Shangela thing, and I already did a story on it. But yeah, I'll check all that out when I'm not live. But I always check my messages when I'm not busy. This two-page letter explains everything and what we need to do. Basically, we always been talking about calling the reps, and people have been out there flooding the zone. Things have been happening. Slowly but surely, she was popular at putting shows together, productions. I mean, I like Peaches Christ. I saw her, like I said, when I was in LA, I saw her Mean Gays show, which is, of course, a take on Mean Girls. And there was a lot of the Drag Race girls that was up in it. All right, so now we have 3 more topics left into the end of the show. I know this is going to be a long one. There's a reason why this is going to be a long one. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do a show tomorrow. I'm going to be busy. I'll be back on Wednesday, though. So that's why I'm giving y'all, like, I was like, ooh, I got to feed y'all with all the topics. So this is going to be a 4-hour show, I guess. I mean, that's what we're teetering towards anyway. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be on tomorrow, but that's why I'm giving y'all all of this today. But in the meantime, if y'all can do me a solid, hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And yes, there'll be timestamps put in through the show so that way you can follow along with certain topics instead of listening and sitting through all the banter that we do during the live broadcast. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, let's get into this Lady Gaga story because she is revealed, well, the word on the curb is she revealed 2 new songs off of Mayhem. So everybody wants a little more mayhem in their lives. And I think more people are hoping for mayhem and less mayhem when this album comes out next week. Actually, it comes out next week. Literally a week and a half away, I guess you can call it, till mayhem hits our ears. So the category is Dance or Die. Since Lady Gaga uttered those words at the start of her now viral Abracadabra music video, Mother Monster has been on fire, testing her way around the Scoville scale on Hot Ones. She recently did a lie detector test. And then, she's got all this other stuff going on. So she's been on she's been on this heavy promotional tour with this album. And she's about to do Saturday SNL. So, shout out to Billboard for this story. So, it says, as little monsters everywhere gear up for the release of Lady Gaga's highly anticipated new album, Mother Monster herself is giving them a glimpse of what they can expect from the new LP. In a new interview with In Style, Gaga spoke with Spotify's head of global editorial, Sulina Ong, ahead of her Little Monster press conference for the streamer. During their conversation, the Abracadabra singer shared a sneak preview of 2 songs, The Beast and Perfect Celebrity, respectively, that are featured on the new album. Remember when Madonna was talking about The Beast in the opening of the Reinvention Tour? That's what I remember about when she was referring to The Beast. It was like the act of contrition and all that other stuff. I love that outfit she wears in the opening of that too. And I actually have those photos. I forget which photo shoot that was from, but I do remember those pictures. Anyway, let's talk about Lady Gaga. Now, speaking about The Beast, remember when Ken Peppers fed the Beast on one of her songs? Gaga revealed that the lyrics to the song see her singing to a werewolf that represents her. The lyrics are, you can't hide who you are, 11:59, your heart's racing, you're growling, and we both know why. And somehow the gothic dream is not just about me in a relationship with this person that's about to turn, but what if I was to just sing it to myself and the Beast is Gaga? Well, I think maybe it's this thing about between her as Stephanie versus Gaga, the personality or the stage persona versus who she really is. When talking about Perfect Celebrity, Gaga mentioned that the concept of duality present in both her videos for Disease and Abracadabra continue with the new track's lyrics. The lyric is, I become a notorious being, find my clone, she's asleep on the ceiling. It's this idea that we all in a way have our real selves and then our clone version that we project to the world. I just said that. Like Lilian said, there's the persona that you put out into the universe and then there's the real you. And we all have that side of ourselves where we wear the mask. We present a certain aspect of ourselves and, the clone of who we are, we do split ourselves and compartmentalize, whereas it's the projection that we want to give to the people versus who we really are amongst, I guess, people that we love and trust who see the real us and those, that sort of thing. That comes with living life and having the wisdom and all that other stuff. That's where all that comes from, by the way. But it's a universal theme that has been sung many a times by many a people. So now, as for the inspiration behind the new project, the singer pointed directly to ballroom culture as a driving force that found its way into the album's music and lyrics, saying, I grew up in New York City, and I was also a student of Paris is Burning when I was really, really young, and I was always inspired by the tremendous amount of grace, freedom, expression, and joy of ballroom culture. I was lucky enough to be around some dancers that were part of that life. I like to know which dancers, because I mean, we all know the ones Madonna been around, where she basically had like some of the girls from the houses that were ballroom girls that she put it. And you know, a lot of dancers these days they use ballroom queens and stuff. Like she literally had Honey Balenciaga, who was a ballroom icon, who was in her Abracadabra music video. At one, I was like, "Is it funny?" You know, where she's doing a little dance in the beginning of the performance when you see her. So it's like, and I feel like, Honey, I've been following her for years, but it was just that once she got when Beyonce put her in the Renaissance tour, that's like when she blew up. And you know, as a child of ballroom myself, not someone who has ever participated in ballroom, but there was a lot of ballroom girls. I know a lot of the Aviance girls, so shout out to a lot of them. A lot of them are my sisters. In other ways. And someone who has been adjacent to the ballroom world, who has been to a ball, who has watched the girls, who has, you know, sat on the sidelines as the girls was out here doing a thing and knowing people within that world. I love ballroom culture. It is equated with Black queer people, well, Black and Latino queer people, gay, trans. I believe also, you know, you have the girls that, you know, lesbians that participate. And so in all aspects, they even have straight girls and you know participating in ballroom. Ballroom has grown significantly and has changed. It has its politics, it has its, you know, all the other things that's mixed up in that. But for all, it's about community. And seeing so many talented children out here getting these opportunities to really cross over into that mainstream world where you see every person from like Madonna, of course, 30 some odd years ago with Vogue, and then Gaga and Beyonce and so many other, you know, pop stars giving a lot of the ballroom girls a platform to travel the world, which is something that Willie Ninja has always wanted. And look, 30 years later, his vision has finally come true for many of the girls that he is, and so many other queens from that era of the 80s into the 90s have paved the way for a lot of this new generation to be able to recoup and accomplish what so many of their forefathers have set out for them, this new generation, to do. So I hope that they're aware of that. Now, we'll see if this project was inspired by ballroom or is it all performative? Because trust and believe, I know the cat, ow, you know, all of that, you know, that goes into that. So I definitely want to feel and see, like, oh, is this giving ballroom? Like, you know, I can tell when it comes to the music and the energy of it all. But we'll see, sis, if you just trying to say that because you're trying to give a wink and a nod to the gays because you know they're going to support you, or if you really about it. Now, she also said that she felt that it's a privilege to be a member of the dance community and to be embraced by those who have built such lasting institutions, saying there are these spaces in the world where there's an ability for the community to express and experience joy, even when life is not treating them that way. And I'm still so inspired by it to this day. It felt like a relevant thing to bring up in the Abracadabra video because it's about resilience. Well, you definitely get a lot of the ballroom vibes in, you know, Abracadabra. It definitely is there, from the choreography to the overall fashions to the category is dance or die. You know, the category is that it's something that is synonymous with ballroom. And, you know, in addition to Paris is Burning, which I always call the quintessential gay Bible, I live by that damn movie. I can't tell you how many times I watched that film. And thank you so much to my gay Black elders who raised me up when I was coming up as a wee little queen, butch queen in New York City, that have raised me on learning about queer culture, ballroom culture, showing me not only books from, you know, so many other queer icons, but also movies and things like Paris is Burning, which I'm glad that, you know what, the 90s was such a great time because there was so much great creativity and art that was coming out of that time that luckily we have, and so much was getting erased. And I wish that the younger generation was just as hungry for that information. I'm sure there's some out there, but I wish on a mass scale, a lot of the younger generation was just as hungry for that knowledge as I was as a wee little butch queen growing up in New York. That's something I definitely was living for. So I'm here for it. Anybody who's going to introduce the world to ballroom and the children will wake up and want to engulf themselves in that world and be educated on, I don't care who's introduced them to it, as long as they learn and respect it and don't come out with these isms like shablam. It's a damn death drop. I be wanting to smack y'all every time y'all say that. It's like, what is that? What's a death drop? What's a shablam? It's a dip. If y'all going to say the terms, learn the proper terms. So that irritates me because I feel like it's disrespectful to the community that a lot of y'all like to take from, and y'all call it the wrong isms. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in hearing what this album sounds like, and I'll definitely be talking about it when it drops. So I want to hear from you all. What do you think of this story regarding Lady Gaga talking about how this new album was inspired by ballroom? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I was like, I'm just waiting for the Reids to come in. I was like, where am I? Yeah, there's a lot going on. And plus on Thursday, I ain't gonna be able to do a show either because it's another event. I told you I was looking at work emails while I was doing the show. I'm supposed to actually be paying attention here, but I got a confirmation for something. So yeah, Thursday, I'm not gonna be able to be here either. So it's literally gonna be Monday, Tuesday off, Wednesday working, Thursday off. Friday, I'll be here. So it's like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So the show is going to be a little weird this week. And plus, March is going to be crazy busy. There's March Madness. There's concerts. I am working the Disturbed concert, so I'm excited about that. A little upset that he didn't book me for the WWE situation that's about to come down next month. That's going to be streaming live on Netflix. I was like, damn, they ain't give me the schedule for that. They ain't scheduled me for that. But if it happens to pop up, I'm gonna jump on that. I'm gonna try to get it. But there was a lot of my coworkers that were upset that wanted to do the whole WWE and then get put on. So yeah, there was a lot of them that was upset because I was talking to them. Yeah, I got big numbers. Shout out to those of y'all who have been jumping in and subscribing. The channel, even though it's happening slow, it is growing slowly but surely, and it's definitely boosting with the coins that I've been getting from YouTube, because I was so happy when that money came on Saturday. I was like, oh, yes, come on, coins. So shout out to all of you that have been staunch supporters of this show and just let me sit up in here and run my damn mouth for almost 4 hours and just listen to the shenanigans that come out of my mouth, good, bad, or indifferent. So, in the words of Monique, I love us for real. So yeah, it's appreciated. Okay, so now the 2019 Joker movie till now gives me exact that mayhem. Okay, well, it wasn't the whole Joker movie kind of like derivative, sort of like incel culture and that whole thing that's going on. I think that was kind of like the point. What's his name? Todd Haynes, who directed that damn movie. The director of the movie was trying to make with that. You definitely grown, because I remember the early days of one show a week and the original show and menu, multicolored images of it was just like I just felt like with my personality with the show, I feel like what people want from me is basically how I give it to you. Just keep it simple, stupid. The kiss effect. I just give it to y'all simple. I give a photo, I give you the headline, I give you the topics, and I just come on here, I bring my photos, the pictures or whatever to give y'all contrast. So you have photos, I have my lower thirds, I come on here and talk, and I interact with the fandom, which is why the show ends up being longer than what it is. But people like that back and forth. It's like we're all just one big family having a good old conversation. And that was what I wanted to bring, compared to just, I'm gonna run my mouth and just do a show for an hour and just be like, well, say whatever the hell y'all want to say. I don't care. And just do it that way. So music helps define a culture, and culture defines the times. Absolutely. Music brings the people together. It also helps the bourgeoisie and the rebel. In the wise words of Madonna, as I always wondered where the Avalon surname came from. I figured it wasn't. No, it's not. It's not my real last name. And that's why I tell people I was an Avalon long before the House of Avalon. So, and I'm mad I didn't coin that, because what I was going to do is, my plan was I was literally going to call my situation the House of Avalon, and they took that damn name. But if they didn't copyright it, so now I got to look into that. I'm like, I'm going to still use it. I was like, wait a minute, I was a House of, and the funny thing is I used to hang out with the House of Avalon when I was in LA. So there's that connection. So I knew Simone before Simone was on Drag Race, and Gigi. It says she could be accused of cultural misappropriation, probably. But isn't that what well, that's what I was going to say too. If y'all going to get that same energy talking about Madonna's a cultural appropriator, when Madonna has consistently been given her flowers by ballroom, even so much as last year, where the ballroom culture was still giving Madonna her tens, then y'all need to ease up off that and stop saying she's a cultural appropriator, because she's not. You said Paris is Burning used to be my favorite film of all time. Well, what happened? It was like, look, I live for Paris is Burning, but then of course, you know, what I live for is Pose. That was another show. When I watched Pose, I'm like, China, if this show ain't telling all the tea in regards to what I'm watching. Although I did hate at times that y'all was stealing a little too much from Paris is Burning. But a lot of the stories, like when it was coming down to it, like I was aware of the story, and the weird part, I used to hate watching Paris is Burning, because a friend of mine who knew majority of the queens up in there, every time they would watch the movie and I would watch it with them, he's dead, she's dead, that was it. They would literally sit up in there and be like, this one's dead, that one. I said, Chad, now I'm gonna just sit here and watch the show, but y'all up in here just doing all of that. I said, y'all are just messy. But my friend Timothy would do that, but I was like, And said people have been calling it, exactly. It's because of Drag Race, because they did it, and you know, that's why what's the name would get mad. You know, you hear the ballroom girls that would get pissed off because y'all will call it these names, especially like people like Aja who would come out, and Leomi would say things. They would always get mad because y'all would do, you know, y'all would go and call it the wrong terminology. But one person, I forget who it was, said that no, let them continue to call it, so that way we know the real ones from the fake ones. I was like, you know what, you got a point. That means Saturday or Sunday. Maybe. I'm also working those days too. It might be Saturday though. No, I don't know if there's any word on Austin. I would have to check the usual sites that I check to see if there's been any update on him. Maybe just me, love Gaga. We thank her for making so many late millennial Gen Z gabies fill up. Well, that's why I was like, you know what, regardless of if it's pretentious or whatever the case is, look, I don't even get mad about that stuff anymore. When I was younger, I used to be all like, whatever. Now I'm just like, look, I'm like, as long as they're not being disrespectful to the culture, as long as they bring into light certain situations, then I'm here for it. I don't care who it is, as long as you respect the culture, and as long as you know, inform people and be like, yeah, I was hugely inspired by ballroom culture, that, you know, as an artist growing up in New York. And yeah, you would get engulfed in ballroom culture if you were from New York and you knew the right people. And that's what you're trying to come up as being a pop artist or whatever the case was. So, you know, you can't expect certain pop artists to hold on to the same generations as they get older. You said Reba's TV show Happy Place was renewed. Oh, was it? Are people even watching that show, or is it even funny? I don't know. I don't really be watching like the laugh track type sitcoms, so I wouldn't know if the show was good. But I guess, you know, with the way television is these days, legacy media, they need to have those old type of shows on there. But anyway, you said, I think having her own Vivian Vance, aka Melissa Peterman, on the show actually helped the success. Well, you know, one of the things that I feel like with certain people, when you have chemistry, they will keep the same cast. Who else did that? Bill Cosby did it. Every time he did a TV show, he had to have Phylicia Rashad as his wife, because whatever worked as, and I know that's like a poor example because of the stuff that Bill Cosby got caught up in. But because of the whole situation, that's the way that, you know, some people, when they have that chemistry, want to keep them. Same thing with Tim Allen. Whenever Tim Allen would do a show, he always had to have certain people. Like I think it was Patricia Richardson or whatever. He wanted to have her come back or something. Who else? There's been other people that, yeah, they would have the same. What was it? Also, damn, what was his name from the King of Queens? Kevin James. Remember he would always find a way to get the former Scientologist, Michelle Visage's best friend, have her up in there with the show. Why does Tu Wong Fu feel like a mockumentary now? I love Tu Wong Fu. And it's like old New York whenever I watch Tu Wong Fu. That's why I like it. And you remember RuPaul with Rachel Tension? As that Pose had the best soundtrack. Yes, it damn sure did. Whoever did, I forget, the person was in charge of the music over there. It was just everything. The freestyle music, I remember the Queens dragged the show when they went the Vogue by Madonna route. Wow, that first of all, that Vogue episode was hilarious because it really captured. Well, I wouldn't know. I was way too young to even know that. But I was like, wait a minute. I do remember when Vogue was everywhere in like 1990, but I didn't know like the significance of it. So I was like, yeah, the whole joke around Madonna's Vogue, it was like, yeah, it was very much that. And the Ballroom Girls were just so happy they was getting some kind of representation. Oh, you saying that you watch Paris is Burning because of Pose? It's not my fave film anymore because I just discovered more films I love more. Oh well, you the raunchy type. You like that John Waters because you talk about Pink Flamingos. It's like you like John. Well, look, John Waters is definitely a cackle because, as Queen Sherry or Moesha said, they were awful looking women. My favorite Divine movie is Polyester. Also, what was the one where Divine ate the poo? Was that Female Trouble? Dawn Davenport. You know, I always love when she would say that. I wonder if that's what the Davenports got that name from because of because of, you know, Dawn Davenport. I wonder if that's where they got it from. Leah Remini. I don't know why the hell I couldn't remember her damn name. But yeah, she is a former Scientologist. The Pose soundtrack was one of the first songs I listened to Janet without even realizing that that's okay. So it was Pink Flamingos. Dawn Davenport. I just always love the way she said that name. Well, who doesn't like Pecker? But I understand what you're saying. You remember the one where Edward Furlong. You remember my little cousin got in trouble because because of Serial Mom. And got in trouble because his teacher called because he was in the class saying, hello, is this the cocksucker residence? And he was like 5 or 6 years old. And his mother got the call and she laughed inside. But I don't think he got in trouble when he got home or whatever. But it was like, yeah, that age, you should not have been watching that damn movie. But that movie was a cackle. Yeah, Christina Ricci was in that movie. But, you know, John Waters had some very iconic movies. So shout out to him. If people have not seen his stuff, then definitely check it out. All right, y'all. So yeah, let's get down to these final 2 topics. Unfortunately, we got some bad news because remember that trans story that we talked about, the person that was the trans man that was killed. I think it was like last week where they arrested 5 people. Well, they found 2 more people and they look just about as inbred as the other 5. So hold on. As I said, what is in the water upstate New York? Why y'all all look like y'all are cousin fuckers? So yeah, we got a picture of these incels. They all look like they're carrying some type of unknown virus that the CDC needs to trap them in a room and figure out what the hell is going on with their situation. So now on Friday, the New York State Police announced a 29-year-old Kimberly L. Scotia, who's obviously on the left because she's the only woman in the picture, allegedly, and 21-year-old Thomas G. Eves, who's on the right side, were both arrested for murder in the 2nd degree depraved indifference. No other details about their arrests have been revealed at this time. Both are being held in Ontario County Jail until their arraignments. Now, while these 2 arrests, now 7 people have been charged in connection with Sam Nordquist's death. Precious Arzuaga, hold on, because we have their pictures as well. And I believe Precious is the one that was basically and that's the one that all the way at the top on the right. That bitch is the one that set up Sam to come out there, talking about that they're loved and all this other stuff. And then Sam's mother said that they had saw some video, whatever the case was, where there was like a FaceTime and this broad at the top was doing most of the talking, and Sam's body language seemed like they were scared. And then they said that they sent pictures of Sam's niece and nephews, which Sam always responded to. And then when they didn't get a response, there was some suspicion that, okay, something is going on with her son. So now, Precious, who's at the top left, Kyle Sage, who's in the center, and Emily Moitika, who's on the top right, Patrick Goodwin, bottom left, Jennifer Quiano, who's bottom right. They were all arrested last Friday and also charged with taking the life of Sam. Now, Sam, who had not been seen by his family since last month and was officially reported missing on February 9th, was tragically found discarded in a field in the Finger Lakes region of New York. They said it's unclear what relationship the two suspects had to the other five. Well, I don't know how it's not clear when it was actually revealed by the mother that Precious had targeted, I guess that's what we'll call it. You targeted Sam, making it like you was in love with him. You wanted him to come out and meet her. That's what basically was said. The mother was like, they were vehemently against it. Sam, I guess, was in love. And I guess, when you are part of the LGBTQ community, you want to feel a sense of community. You want to feel that somebody loves you, especially if you're transgender, especially the way that we have a current government administration that is cracking down on trans people. So I don't know necessarily what was in Sam's mind at the time, but some people just want love at the end of the day. And when you got somebody online who is pursuing this person in a way, and now the police out here trying to call this is not a hate crime, that's exactly what this is. So just like we were talking about the thing of how the police are treating Heklina, now it seems like it's the same thing with how they're treating Sam being tortured and their life taken. So on February 13th, a search warrant was executed at Arzuaga's residence, and Norquist's body was found in a field in Yates County. New York State Police Captain Kelly Swift said the investigation determined that the victim endured prolonged physical and psychological abuse and repeated acts of violence and torture in the time between early December and early February. Now, according to the criminal complaint as detailed by WHAM, that's what it says, WHAM, Norquist was SA'd with a table leg and broomsticks, beaten with sticks, dog toys, ropes, and bents until he died. His body was then transported in an attempt to conceal the crime. The facts and the circumstance, well, you could probably swap that house with not only DNA, but all kinds of diseases and ailments up in there. And you probably will find out that, there's probably bloods and all kinds of other stuff up in there. I don't care how much Fabuloso you put on that damn floor. The facts and the circumstances of this crime are beyond depraved. This is what Assistant Attorney Jim Ritz told the media. This is by far the worst homicide investigation that our office has ever been a part of. It is an ongoing investigation, so we are necessarily limited in the things that we can talk about, but no human being should have to endure what Sam endured. Now, CBS News reported that Ontario County District Attorney and New York State Police said in a joint statement that there is no indication that the murder was a hate crime. Well, I don't think y'all know the definition of what a hate crime is, but if you set this whole situation up where a bunch of people, 7 people, including this bitch at the top, that literally set this person up to come out there only for you to rob them, take their phone until it was cut off, not responding, and then subjecting this person to hours of abuse until they died. That is literally a hate crime, especially when you hear this rise against LGBTQ plus assault, mainly when it comes to trans people, which their deaths go underreported at a staggering rate in this goddamn country. There have been many times that I've spoken about on this show about trans people being killed, especially Black trans women, who a lot of them don't even make it to 35. So for y'all to sit up out here and try to say, there's no evidence that this is a hate crime. If the person identifies as trans and you have all these incel bastards that live upstate New York where it look like y'all all fucking inbred, what the hell do you think it is? Y'all don't want to call it something but what it is. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. So, to help alleviate the understandable concern his murder could be a hate crime, we are disclosing that Sam and his assailants were known to each other, identified as LGBTQ+, and at least one of the defendants lived with Sam at the time period leading up to the instant offense. Well, if they were coming out there to visit and they had a round trip ticket, as they said in the video, I wish I had the video so y'all could have literally heard the interview from the mother. I believe they're in their siblings, who the brother said, I hope they die in prison. I hope they rot. Now, what the hell do you think it is? And you don't think that there could be crime if somebody identifies as LGBTQ plus, that there could be crime upon crime? Also, there's people out here that like to lie and say that they were gay in order to, I eat pussy. I can't be a homophobe. You ain't never heard of a self-hating homosexual? They exist. We're not a monolith. How many times do I gotta say this on this show? Also, when it's come to the murder of trans people, how many times have we heard people out here use that I was tricked defense? So just because the laws haven't caught up with the bullshit and lies doesn't mean that y'all can't look at this case as a case-by-case basis and say we are not the same in this whole situation. But it just seems like y'all just don't have the brain power to even just think the way that I'm thinking. Assess the situation, which is what I'm doing. Now, Sam's mother has spoken out, Linda Norquist. She said the last time she saw her son in person was when he left Minnesota in September for New York to visit Arzuaga, who Sam met online and spoke with daily. They were on the phone 24/7. They both appeared very happy, Linda said in an interview with NBC News. When Sam didn't return home on the flight he had booked for October and stopped responding to phone calls and texts, Linda said she asked police to make a welfare check. Sam's mother then said she got a call from both Sam and Arzuaga letting her know that he intended to stick around New York. He didn't sound like himself. It's like he was being coached what to say. This is what Linda said of their conversations after that. Now, in early December, she said that she received an email from an Ontario County Department of Social Services asking for her to contact them about Sam. She claimed that social services agent told them Sam visited their offices, claiming Arzuaga had control over his phone and that he was trying to make an escape plan to return home. Linda told the outlet she doesn't know why DSS didn't lock the door, call the police, and leave Sam there, instead of setting a follow-up meeting for later that month for which he didn't show. When Sam went silent on them again, Linda then requested another wellness check, claiming police said they had visited the hotel where Sam was staying and were told he left weeks ago after splitting from Arzuaga. It's then, Linda said, that she requested to file a missing persons report, but was told by a state trooper, we need to stop watching so much TV. Something about it not being a true crime episode. I need to stop watching so much TV that they don't pass out missing people flyers. You know what? This fucking state trooper's an idiot. Now, in response, New York State Police said they did not decline to file a report and took appropriate investigative steps. The Canandaigua Police Department, meanwhile, said no officers spoke with Sam's family before his death, while the Ontario County Department of Social Services didn't respond for comment. Sam may be alive today if they would have done their jobs. This is what she told NBC News. So I don't know if they could file a possible lawsuit about this. I don't know if, heads a roll, she's going to sue. I don't know, but there needs to be justice for what happened to Sam. And hopefully when it comes down to it, many more crimes that go underreported or underrepresented by the police and the law will get dealt with. So I definitely want to hear from you guys in regards to this story. I will definitely keep you abreast of this story as it develops, but let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so now let's see. We have comments. Feels like girl. I mean, it's like OMG. It's like girl. What in the Charlize Theron? Hello. That was another one too. Well, I wouldn't say Charlize Theron because Charlize Theron was a serial killer. I think y'all mean what was that movie that remember the Brandon Tina movie? You probably think of something like that, or also Matthew Shepard. Remember when they tortured him? I think you said what in the Charlize Theron monster. You talking about how they all look? It took me a second to get it, but it was like when you talking about they all look like y'all y'all be living a hard life upstate. Maybe I need some sun. or a good health plan. I don't know what's going on up there. I would never want to live up because I don't know how y'all because I saw some of them ages that said they in their 20s, and I'm like, damn, that's what y'all 20s look like. Okay. Yeah, it must be all that food y'all eating from, that processed food y'all been just getting from Walmart. Daniel Fisher dragged Maitland Ward in a phone call. You know why? It was pretty bad. Let's just say she doesn't want to be invited to any Boy Meets World stuff because she knows Disney won't invite her because of her current acting career. Even Charlize looked better than, yes, she did. Bad pigmentation and all. They all look a mess. The presidential hatred fuels crimes like this. Absolutely. And then you got Trump out here saying the reason why America doesn't have any money is because of trans folks. Everybody's getting a transgender surgery. That's what he said. And I'm sitting there like, transgender surgery? What the hell are you talking about? Not everybody out here is getting trans surgery. He said very uninvestigated. Okay. Hey, Flame, how you doing? He said, that was very tragic. It said, hey, Flame, much love, dear. A video was just shared of the Weeknd's dance. I don't know why the Weeknd is even a talent. His music is terrible. He bores me. Their hatred has become a detriment to themselves in the end. Weeknd's filling his... Okay. Well, a lot of times they be trying to act like they can eat the box. But, it said, when you have people in power who villainize any fringe group, horrific times like this happens. Yeah, they all look like a bunch of damn incels. Okay, so now let's get into our final topic, and let's talk about Pedro Pascal, who is going hard for the trans community. And shout out to him because he has a trans sister. So that is one of the reasons why he has been going hard for, the trans community and has been out here fighting a good fight for the trans girls because they are on a rampage coming after the T-girls and men because of, this current idiotic administration and all the stuff that they out here just doing as a distraction so they can just rob us blind. These robber barons and oligarchs. So Jose Pedro Balmaceda Pascal, yes, I put in his whole government because, that's my future husband. He just don't know it yet. Is standing 10 toes down in regards to as he continues his support for the trans community. As I said before, he has a trans sister. So, yes, I had to go in there and do the whole government. So anyway, let's get into the story. So The Last of Us star Pedro Pascal has issued a scathing takedown of anti-trans bigotry, calling attempts to strip the trans community of rights vile and pathetic. Now, in his post on Instagram over the weekend, the SAG award-winning actor shared a photo of a message plastered on a building which read, "A world without trans people has never existed and never will." So yeah, I do have that Instagram post, by the way. I was like, what happened? I thought it closed. So yeah, Pascal is Punk is his Instagram if y'all ever want to go follow him over there. And he went on to say, now they said though the Fantastic Four star didn't respond on his comments, is likely he's referring to Donald Trump's administration, which has spent the last few weeks signing numerous executive orders, because he's so hell-bent on those, aimed at restricting rights for trans and non-binary individuals in the U.S. Now, among the fusillade of orders. I don't know that word. Look at y'all trying to use big words up in here. So I would just say the plethora of orders. There's a whole bunch of damn orders he signed it. Now we're just going to, I guess, keep a lot of people up in litigation because a lot of people saying this, a lot of what he's doing is illegal. But like they said, flood the zone. That's how you do it. You get people all, just like when everywhere you turn, you get smacked upside the head with something, you're left feeling dizzy. So they said Trump has declared his official U.S. policy to recognize only two sexes, ordered schools to ban trans girls and women from competing in women's sports, which, Caitlyn Jenner, man, shoulders looking ass, is out here co-signing on. And banning trans people from serving in the military, which I heard that the military is actually against that whole situation, and restricted gender-affirming care for trans youth under the age of 19, which in my thought process, I would think like it should be up to the parents to decide if they want to give their children gender affirming care. That should be up to the government. He also has stripped diversity, equity, and inclusion policies and initiatives from federal agencies. Now, his declaration that there is only two sexes has led to the State Department, which authorizes passports to only issue passports with male and female selections with sex markers now based on the sex recorded at birth, which we recently just talked about also on the last episode, how we had Hunter Schafer from Euphoria recently spoke out against the fact that there was a situation that happened. Apparently, she said she was overseas. She was working on a project. Her bag got stolen with her passport that had her female gender identity on it. She went, filed the paperwork. Apparently, she said she never had this problem. It was like a temporary passport. I'll post up the separate clip so y'all can get the full assessment of what she said. And then, long story short, what had happened was when she went to file for a new passport or something or another, she was given one with her male pronoun on it. And now she's worrying about, okay, when I leave the country to go work again and I come back, how this is going to work when I have to go through customs and that sort of thing, because, you know, they basically are just cracking down on the trans community. So the policy also led to an increased number of trans people unable to access a passport that matches their gender identity. And Pedro, as you know, has been vocal about his support for the trans community because he has a sister by the name of Lux, who is transgender. Now, that's a pretty girl. How you doing? Now, following his post blasting vile bigots, he shared a black and white photo of his sister with her back turned, posing at the Vina del Mar International Song Festival in Chile. He simply captioned it Lux. Now, earlier this month, the Freaky Tales actor shared a video of late trans activist Cecilia Gentili, who y'all know was on Pose, by the way, since we talking about Pose. Oh, we talked about Pose prior, giving a speech at the NYU Lavender graduation ceremony for LGBTQ plus college students in May of 2023, saying, do not allow anyone to tell you that this is not a big deal or that this is just a culture war or that trans people are overstating the seriousness of what's going on. This is what she said in a powerful speech. Saying, I've been a trans person for nearly 50 years. Knowing your identity, who you are, and where you come from is powerful. I think one of the most important things that we can do to young people is to share these stories. Once we know who we are, we cannot be stopped. And that's why we say strength in numbers. You can't allow these bigots to go on and just have us defeated. And we're the ones who have to stand up and fight against oppression. It's never been political figures. It has never been our government. They just go along to get along. But for the most part, the only way that change has consistently happened from the civil rights movement and before and even after, it has always been us. And we don't ones that we realize we all we got at this point. So strength in numbers is like I said. Now, capturing the video, Pascal highlighted Gentili's quote, writing, know who you are, progress is inevitable. Fans of the star have continued praising him for his committed trans allyship, with one summarizing, could his flag get any greener? Well, we know we live for Mr. Pedro Pascal over here, and I always live for somebody who's not afraid to go against the establishment and speak out against what they want to speak out with, whether good, bad, or indifferent, or whether you agree or disagree. That is our constitutional right as Americans in this country and beyond. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards of what Pedro had to say? And he's standing in his truth and regarding continue to speak up for trans people. We live for our allies, and we live for those who are willing to speak up, whether you're trans or people who are in our community who live for the trans, and like I said, the allies. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Yes, Pedro, thank you and your fine self. He knows gays love more ways than one, honey. I said one of these days I'm gonna be like, I'm marry me some Pedro Pascal, or at least find me a man that look like him. And you said Madonna is accused of copying disease, but like people said, did disease have a hearse? Is disease in a graveyard? If you look at the photo shoot, Madonna's basically giving us a sequel. Wait, what am I missing? Because I'm like, what photo shoot are you talking about? Is there something that happened while we were doing the show? Because I'm like, how is she copying something when disease is recent and Madonna's, well, all the stuff, she hasn't put out music since, what was the last, what that last album that she, I don't even remember it anymore. That mess, that Madam X, the Hunter Schafer ID situation had me thinking how privileged I was to not start hormones or the legal gender name change process. Well, that's why I was like, they always say, like, you know, I mean, I I don't know if that's something that you're still thinking about. Right now you're not interested in doing it, but later on down the road, you may want to pursue it again. But everything in their own time. I just feel like that people shouldn't want to, if you don't want to transition, you don't have to. If you want to transition, then do it, but do it for the right reasons and not because, you're out of fear or whatever the case is. People should just be allowed to live the life they want to live and in their own truth without judgment of others. I just don't get why people want to sit around and trying to tell people what the hell they should do with their own life. Humanity and consideration doesn't cost. Exactly. But since, they can't make money off of it, this current administration, maybe that's why. One of the most fan favorites from NDNA, Bang Bang, for YouTube references, I didn't see a graveyard disease or Madonna. First of all, Bang Bang, that's the video and everything. That was inspired by Quentin Tarantino. What the hell are they talking about? There's nothing disease-esque that was stolen. I mean, hello, do y'all know how old MDNA is of an album? Y'all really be reaching. This is the part of the fandom that pisses me off. It's the fashion shoe for Paris that fans are paying lots of money to get shipped to the States. Oh. All right. But anyway, so, and all right. I said, all right, and all right, because this is the end of the show. I did not expect the show to be 4.5 hours, but like I said, I'm not going to be on tomorrow. But I will be back Wednesday with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. So in the meantime, if you can, do me a solid and hit that like button and subscribe button. Also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of this messy ass show, Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I want to thank you all for tuning in. I want to thank everybody that was in the comments, keying with me and riding with me to the end of this show, and all the people that came in and those who subscribed, and the super chat from Adam Barta, friend to the show. Thank you, boys. Don't cry. I don't know why I could not remember that name, but I was just thinking Brandon Tina because it was based on a true story. So, and I remember hearing those stories and stuff growing up. That made me really scared as a baby homosexual that I was going to end up either with the high five, that would be HIV, or DEAD from a bashing or whatever. So those were always like fears. But we've come a long way in regards of allyship and where we've come as far as like appreciation and resilience and being accepted and respected in this world. We still got a long way to go, but we have come a long way. So yeah, love you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. And until next time, ciao, darlings.